Good afternoon, honorable members. This is a joint committee. I am going to request the chair of PROPEC to chair the beginning of the meeting, and then halfway I will also assist with the proceedings. Chief Whip.
Morning. Morning.
Yes, Chief Whip.
In the afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chief Whip. I was requesting that the joint meeting that we chair the halfway of the session, then I will conclude the latter part of the session.
Okay. If they can just tell us whether we have a quorum in the meeting.
𝑧𝒐𝒓𝒕, can you please assist the Chief Whip?
Afternoon, honorable members. Honorable Chair, currently we have 8 honorable members in the meeting, but for this meeting we don't need a quorum, but the members are in attendance. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Would we? Okay. There's the agenda in front of us. Do we have any apologies?
Chairperson, on my side, I do not have any apologies. I'll just maybe hear from 𝒂𝒐𝒕𝒐𝒍𝒊𝒐 team.
𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕, anything?
Good afternoon, Chairperson. No, nothing from me, Chair.
Okay. There's the agenda, honorable members. Can you move up again? Can you move up again?
Good afternoon, Chief Whip and honorable members. Chief Whip, I move for the adoption. Thank you.
There's a mover. Remember that this document was posted in the group. Any seconder?
I second, Chair.
Oh, the proposal has been seconded. Let's get to the first report that we need to get is that of compliance. Messenger. Oh, sorry, I see that there's a hand up. I don't know whose hand is this.
Honorable Chair, it's Jangleson's hand.
Oh, sorry,
Chair,
Doctor.
Chair, I just want to raise a concern, and that is that the meeting is starting at 2, but the agenda is extremely long. So in future, perhaps we must just look at splitting some of these departments so that we don't sit. We're going to sit a very long time, I presume. And I don't know if we're going to be able to consider each one the way it should be, given the length of the agenda and the time that we have. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Doctor. I think that's an important observation and consideration that we really have to deal with in the future. Let's get the compliance report, Messenger.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members. I will first be starting with the resolution registers, where I will first start with the resolution register of those resolutions that the committee makes in the committee meetings, that normally are the 7 days that the departments need to respond within 7 days, or 14 and 21 days. Honorable Chair and honorable members, in our resolution register, we have 14 resolutions that have been sent out to the departments and the entities. And of those resolutions, honorable members, there are 11 resolutions that have been answered by the department and entities, whereby 3 were to the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, the FDC, the FSGLTA, MAPSEZ, Department of Sports, and the Department of Agriculture. Honorable members, as per the resolution registers that was sent to honorable members, the timelines of these resolutions start around the 10th of September 2024, whereby those resolutions, the questions or requests for those information were sent to all departments, and they were analyzed by our researcher. With regards to the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, they are fully compliant. They've responded to all of the questions that the committee has put to them. With regard to the entities, all entities have replied to the questions that were posed to them and did submit requested information. With regards to the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, we label it as partially compliant, as the department was requested to provide the new names of townships, and the deadline was even made shorter. But after multiple requests and to date, the department has still not provided the committee with that information. And with regards to the resolution of Makufe economic impact study, to date we have not received anything. And then with regards to the other resolutions on the museum visitation statistics, they did comply and give us that report. And with regards to what that committee had requested they provide with regards to the Free State Stadium, the department did provide all necessary information. And Honorable Chair, with regard to the Department of Agriculture, on the resolutions that with regards to the cattle, to date, the department has not submitted the request. And with the resolutions of the veterinary students, the department did respond to the committee and provided that information. To the next slide. Moving to the next slide, honorable members, one of the key observations and recommendations that we have made is that we have seen a pattern whereby we need to frequently send multiple reminders to departments. Departments do not proactively comply to providing the committee with information, as most of the requests are made inside the meetings. And we're still outstanding the information from Department of Agriculture and Department of Sports, and reminders are still being sent to them. Honorable Chair, I'll be moving to the other resolution register, which is the household, the house resolutions. Sorry. Honorable members, with regards to the house resolutions, currently for the tenure of this term, which started in 2024, 2025, 2026, we have, the committee has tabled 10 reports in the House, which are directly issued. Those resolutions are directly issued to the 3 departments and the 3 entities. Honorable members, here it's just a background of the resolution tracking register. Why is it there and how is it going to assist the committee further? With regards to the 10 committee reports, the annual performance plan of the 2024-2025, there was partial response from Department of Economic Development and its entities. Also with regards to the first quarter non-financial report 2024-2025, and which was also partially responded to by the Department of Economic Development and Tourism and its entities. But going further on with the other reports, none of the departments to date have submitted or responded to any of the resolutions that the committee has tabled into the House. Here, honorable members, it's just to show that those responses from DSTIA and its entities, they were analyzed by the researcher. And with regards to the others, the second quarter, we're still awaiting a response from all departments. And the fourth quarter, I'll just move on to the last slide, Chair, just to be able to show honorable members that out of the 10 reports that this committee has issued, departments have not been responding to the resolutions. We've communicated with the Office of the Deputy Secretary to find out if there are any responses, and to date, we don't have any responses. Thank you, Chair. Can I move on to the compliance?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I'm now moving on to the compliance report of the committee in preparation to this meeting today. Honorable members will be aware that this particular meeting where the Joint Committee is considering the fourth quarter and the APP was supposed to happen initially before this date, prior to this date. But due to advice that we received from Treasury, it is only happening now. The first set of invitations went out to the departments on the 10th of April, whereby submission was to be given on the 15th of April. That is where the Department of Treasury informed us of different timelines that each department, where departments and entities have to submit to them, which we then understood that, and due to the fact that the meeting was supposed to be on the 15th of May, we sent a re-invitation on the 5th of May to the departments requesting that they please make submission on the 8th of May. While some departments, majority of them did submit, which enabled our research to be able to draft questions and send them to departments. Questions were sent to all departments on the 6th of May, but to date, we only received responses from the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. A reminder will be followed up to all other departments. With regards, honorable members, here it's just the explanation that Provincial Treasury gave us that they are expecting the expenditure information from to be submitted to Treasury when, which then informed us moving the meeting a bit back. With regards to submission dates following to this meeting, all other departments in the economic cluster did submit their fourth quarter and their APPs, even though they submitted within different dates. Provincial Treasury submitted on the 22nd of June, which was received late. To date, the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation have not submitted their fourth quarter. And just to make a disclaimer, even with regards to the APP, the researcher ended up just using the APP that was tabled to the Speaker's office. They never gave us the presentation as requested. With regards to research, analysis, and documentation, honorable members, the researcher economic development cluster submitted the analysis on the 19th of June 2026 in preparation of this meeting. Researcher public accounts submitted their analysis on the 24th of June in preparation for this meeting. and all questions were sent to the department, and we're still awaiting responses. In conclusion, honorable members, we've noticed a pattern whereby, again, we still have to remind departments they're not proactive with regards to giving out information. Department of Sports has they even sent us a request to request us what is still outstanding, and when we informed them, they still didn't bring what is outstanding. And yes, Honorable Chair, that is from my side with regards to the compliance in preparation to this meeting. Thank you.
Any addition from your team, 𝑚𝒄𝒄𝒄𝒄?
I'll hear from them, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair. Just to give a clarity, sir, on expenditure, the reason why our researcher only managed to submit the analysis on expenditure was because we have received them later than, in fact, we received them today, and the meeting was supposed to be tomorrow, and that's the reason why we have submitted our analysis late. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, honorable members. That's the report on compliance matters. Do you like to interact with the report now? Let's then shoot straight to the next presentation. And that is 𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was saying, Chairperson, I think this issue would need to really look into it when departments are not sending the responses in time, particularly those that they have been, even the committee coordinators, they go to an extent of making follow-ups on them. Because the only option that will be left with, because if they are not assisting us with this information, we'll then have to write to the speaker about this, because it impedes the work of oversight and the issues that we pick up that we think that the departments must correct and forge ahead to deliver the services to the people. I think it's a matter that we need to have a resolution as to what, on a way forward, on how do we deal with this non-responsive departments on the recommendations of the committee. I think when we conclude, Chair, well, I think we can have a way forward on this matter. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Can we then move to the next presentation?
Thank you, Chair. The next presentation will be receiving analysis from the researcher economic cluster.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, Chair. Mr. Mokati is going to assist us with flighting the analysis. I think through you, Chair, I think we should start with the APPs. Thank you very much, Ndate Mokati. Honorable members, I don't know, am I audible?
Very clear.
Audible. Thank you very much, honorable members. Okay. I'm going to try not to waste time because there's a lot of departments and entities that we still have to consider. I'll try and be brief. Ntate Mokadi, can we please go to slide 4? The slide 4, we're going to dive into the program by program evaluation. We're first going to start with administration. This program focuses on strategic leadership and support services, which aligns well with our broader goal of building a capable state. Honorable members, on a positive note, most goals here that the department presented are actually smart in terms of they are specific, they are measurable, they are attainable, they are realistic, and they are time bound. Specifically, the department has set a definite measurable target to pay 100% of valid invoices within 30 days. However, honorable members, we have identified major program-specific challenges here. There has been high vacancy levels, which are actively hindering the administrative team's ability to meet its performance targets. Furthermore, there's also an aging IT infrastructure and outdated equipment that are making it very difficult to modernize services. And finally, here, honorable members, we have flagged a constant audit risk due to the low percentage of procurement allocated to women-owned businesses. Slide 5. To resolve these administrative challenges, honorable members, we have provided recommendations. Here we say that the committee must insist that the department introduce a formal requirement to publish clear action plans based on its staff and client satisfaction surveys. And also we say that without a published action plan, these surveys are simply a box-ticking exercise. Publishing action plans is the only way the department can prove to this committee exactly how administrative and customer service delivery will improve. Slide 6, Ntate Mokadi. Honorable members, turning now to program 2 that speaks to economic and small business development. This program carries the critical mandate of driving provincial economic growth and supporting small businesses. Now, when we look at their performance metrics, we see mixed compliance here. On one hand, quantitative goals, such as providing non-financial support to 1,200 MSMEs, are clear and measurable. But then on the other hand, other indicators fail the SMART test. For example, their goal of supporting 6 value chains is vague and lacks any clear definition of what constitutes support. Furthermore, honorable members, there are challenges on this ground. The department cannot meet the huge public demand for MSME funding. And then the economic conditions in our province remain exceptionally tough, characterized by low provincial GDP growth rate of 0.5 and deep mismatch between the skills workers have and the skills local businesses actually need. So that's why we say that on top of this, the department is seeing very low interest from local businesses in joining certain incubation programs. This is what we have found when looking at this program. Slide 7. Our recommendation for program 2 is to overhaul how department measures success. We say here that instead of relying solely on activity-based counting, the department must shift to outcome-based measurement. Counting how many businesses received basic support is not enough to show economic development. The department must actively track the survival and growth rates of these businesses 1 year after receiving support. And we think that this is the only true measure of developmental impact. Slide 8, Ntate Mokadi. Here, let's look at program 3, which talks to tourism. This program is tasked with promoting local tourism and job creation. We say here that while the department has planned 12 niche market interventions, we have spotted a major unjustifiable planning gap, however. The department has set a low annual occupancy target of 20% for provincial resorts, planning to keep 80% of state-owned resort space empty is a concern. That's why we say that we believe that they must increase the 20% target that they have placed. Slide 9. We say here that this type of targeting reflects structural challenges in the tourism sector. Firstly, we've identified that international tourists often view our province as unsafe, which limits visitor numbers, which is one thing that the department must also look into. Secondly, the Free State suffers from low international brand awareness compared to other South African provinces. It's other issue that the department must also act upon. And thirdly, there's limited digital infrastructure and poor collaboration between government and the private sector, which are actively slowing down tourism growth. Slide 10. Our recommendation here is that the department must increase this 20% resort occupancy target. State-owned asset must be leveraged dynamically to generate meaningful revenue for the provincial fiscus. Slide 11. Here we assess the department's overall impact and its internal capacity. In terms of alignment to the SMART principle, we say that the overall plan is aligned with government priorities. It targets poverty, inequality, and unemployment through township economies, mining diversification, and agro-processing. But here is the structural bottleneck that threatens these plans, the issue of vacancy crisis. The department is currently operating with a staggering 19.35 vacancy rate. Honorable members, without adequate funding and personnel, this department is at risk of failing to execute its core mandate and plans. Slide 12. Okay, let us now turn our attention, honorable members, to the FDC, right? Okay. The FDC organizes its plans around core impact areas to drive provincial economic growth and small business support. But however, our review reveals a concerning trend. The corporation is currently focusing on its own financial survival and fixing internal governance issues. While we recognize that stabilizing FDC is necessary to build a credible institution, the reality is that this inward focus means the direct positive impact on community funding and job creation will be slow in the short term. Furthermore, looking at their financial position, most targets are specific. Like, for example, adding to a debt repayment mechanism, that is very good. But then the critical target for property sales is unlisted and marked as pending assessment. Slide 13. Right, in terms of the plans of this entity, we do say that of them being specific, measurable, we say yes, they are, because they implemented this two debt repayment mechanism, and they've also they are planning to create 50 jobs, which are clear in terms of these plans. But the target for the number of properties sold is a bit vague because the FDC has listed it as they will be specified after assessment. So in terms of attainability, setting the refurbishment budget at a strict flat 2% of the total turnover is highly measurable, but it is unrealistic according to this analysis. Slide 14. We say that while all FDC goals are technically tied to the financial year, the missing targets, most notably the property assessment, it lacks a clear staggered time frame. We cannot, honorable members, monitor progress if we do not know when this assessment will be completed. And then slide 15. Now, to touch briefly on their customer retention and social responsibility metrics, we say that the FDC aims to spend 2% of its turnover on refurbishing business facilities, and they have included a clear positive social target of creating 50 jobs, specifically through trade and investment. Slide 16. These planning comprises are a direct result of these massive challenges that I'm going to allude to now, honorable members. First one, we speak about the financial strain. The FDC is struggling with declining revenue and high bad debt, which is forcing them to cancel underperforming debt collectors and renegotiate 600 million in contracts. Second one, a critical lack of data. Okay, I did not include this one here, sorry, honorable members. But here what we're saying is that the entity lacks a reliable property management database, which is making it difficult to shift from reactive to preventative asset maintenance. And the other one we speak of as a challenge, the governance issues. We say that the corporation remains heavily bogged down by past material irregularities and adverse audit findings, which is one of the other issues that is also impeding their performance. If we go to slide 17, here, honorable members, we propose 2 recommendations to correct the FDC's planning path. We say that the FDC must finish its property disposal assessment and set a specific numeric target for property sales. And secondly, we say that the refurbishment budget must be coupled from a flat 2% of turnover. Instead, refurbishment budgeting must be based on actual physical assessment of the buildings to ensure that they are properly fixed and safe. They should not just set a target of 2%, whereas they don't have exact figures of what is needed to refurbish the buildings. Slide 18. Okay, honorable members, now we're going to look at Maluti-a-Phofung Special Economic Zone. Here we say that this entity, its mandate is to build a competitive industrial zone to attract manufacturers and create regional jobs. And then we say that if it's executed well, this particular plan, their APP, it will fix critical water, sewer, and power issues that have previously held the zone back. So we're saying, honorable member, that whilst we're looking at the APPs, it is structured in a way that if implemented effectively, they will be able to achieve their goals. However, that being, we have spotted a bottleneck here, or we say a bit of challenges. We saw that the entity faces staffing shortage, with only 13 out of 50 key positions currently filled. Here we note, honorable members, that without staff, the entity will struggle to turn these paperwork plans into physical reality. Now, looking at their metrics or their plans, this entity targets an annual revenue of 44 million, which they aim to maintain an unqualified audit. This was indicated into their plans, and have clear goals to replace 40 gate valves and target signing 3 new investors to create 200 industrial jobs. Slide 19. In terms of the smart evaluation of this particular entity, we say that their targets hitting 44 million in revenue, completing 100% of the wastewater treatment plant, and replacing 40 gate valves, signing 3 investors, and creating 200 jobs are indeed specific and measurable. But on the attainable and realistic front, we found the following, honorable members. The issue of staffing, the issue of 13 staff positions, which were only filled out of the required 55, which is also a problem, as we alluded to previously. Operating with such vacancy rates makes managing massive infrastructure projects and recruiting local investors unrealistic. So we say that this entity must also try and find ways in which they can appoint more personnel. Furthermore, when we look on the issue of the time bound, as per the SMART principle, some critical goals are too vague. For instance, here they say that they only target the assessment scope of work and design stage. This is exactly what they say in their APP for the primary electrical switching room. Now we say here that they are failing to set a clear construction completion date. We don't have a date here as per when will all of this be completed. Slide 20. Now here we are alluding to the challenges in terms of performance of this SEZ. Here we talk about the issue of staffing, which I have indicated, honorable members, that it's a problem, and also the cash flow challenges. We say here a low initial revenue baseline of 40 million limits their financial independence, while the acute personnel shortage leaves them below the 55 staff members needed for basic stability. The second one, it's about broken utilities. The park is hindered by an incomplete wastewater plant, a water reservoir that is not yet fully connected to the park's pipes, and regular sewer blockages. Third one is the issue of power and security risk. The primary electrical switching room needs resuscitation. Additionally, there's been broken high mast lights and a lack of security cameras, which make the park look unsafe to high-value global investors. Slide 21. Honorable members, to unlock the massive potential of this SEZ, we propose 2 recommendations here. Firstly, we say that the entity must actively cut overheads, meaning here the committee would need to see a clear target to reduce other operating expenditures, because in their plans, they've indicated that they've got other operating expenditures, which we don't have clarity about what are those other expenditures, because they are currently consuming 33 million of the entity's budgets. And this, we say that it can be redirected, those funds can be redirected to the park's infrastructure. Secondly, we say that they must commit to strict construction deadlines, because vague targets like scoping and design stages for the electrical switching room must be replaced with firm, clear construction completion dates to guarantee stable power for incoming investors. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you. That's the presentation, members from the research team. Any point of clarity seeking questions? Nothing. Can you then go straight to the first presentation? Pause.
Good afternoon, honorable members and colleagues. I'll be presenting the APP of Vote For, which is the Department of Treasury. Honorable members, the analysis followed the correct procedure where data was collated through the strategic documents of the department. We used our budget matrices. We also followed the prescripts of sector oversight model. Honorable members, one to slide 3. Honorable members, this analysis evaluates the Department of Treasury APP. In terms of the legislative mandate of Treasury, it is anchored in a stable but demanding legislative framework, which is your PFMA, the MFMA, Chapter 2, the DORA, and in terms of its strategic alignment, the APP is geared towards 2 overarching policy drivers, which is the medium-term development plan. Previously, it was the medium-term strategic framework. The focus here is on priority 3, which is building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The Treasury here serves as a technical backbone for this priority in terms of overseeing the finances of the province. The second strategic element is your FSGLTA. The focus is on Pillar 4, the good governance, specifically through the professionalization of financial management systems. This department, on our members, has got strategic outcomes that drives the performance. And the Portfolio Committee should note outcome number 4, 5, and 6. They are critical performance drivers for municipal stability and infrastructure modernization. I won't mention all the strategic outcomes on our members. When we move to the program analysis, as we all know, the Treasury has got 5 programs, and the total budget for the department is 415 million. That is expected to monitor and coordinate the budget of the province. I will move straight to slide 10, honorable members, and explain that on compensation of employees, the Treasury has budgeted an amount of 309 million on goods and services, 82, transfer payments, 6 million, and capital payments, 5 million, which gives the total budget of 415 million. The committee should note that for the previous financial year, honorable members, Treasury achieved its total expenditure, and for in conclusion, honorable members, the APP of Treasury is mandated through high volume oversight targets. I did not go program by program, honorable members. The committee must note with concern the tension between 82% of post-billing target and technical workload. Treasury had planned to employ people in higher positions. And there was a challenge in doing security check on our members. That is of concern because it means in the province, when critical positions are not filled, especially by Treasury, no monitoring and evaluation would be, performed adequately. In terms of infrastructure and governance alignment, the target of 50 infrastructure projects that are to be assessed by Treasury is a direct and necessary mechanism to achieve the outcome six of the strategic outcome goals. If these assessments are not rigorous, the provincial good governance pillar remains at risk. In terms of the municipal support breadth, the commitment to support all 22 municipalities across accounting, supply chain, management, and debt management is too ambitious for Treasury on our members. The alignment is sound, but the operational capacity remains the pivot point for success because they do not have enough support can assist in that regard. The analysis recommends that in terms of human capital stabilization, the department must prioritize reaching or exceeding the 82% post-filling target, given that the compensation of employees accounts for 74.5% of the total budget. The vacancy gap represents a significant loss of potential oversight in critical technical areas. On liquidity and economic support, the 100% target for 30-day invoice payment must remain non-negotiable. This serves as a primary tool for provincial liquidity and small business survival. Recommendation 3, we recommend that local government intervention, it must be strengthened. The monitoring of the 22 municipality support program, Treasury should move beyond support provided metrics to impact-based metrics that show a reduction in municipal debt and supply chain management irregularities. I have also formulated possible questions for members you can ask the department during the appearance. Focus would be on the amount budgeted, the 309 million budgeted for compensation of employee of employees. If is it sufficient to bridge the gap? Whether the specific intervention planned for 22 municipalities to support that in revenue and debt management, would it lead to measurable decrease in municipal debt levels? How would the department implement their 4 digital solutions, specifically to modernize the tracking of the 15 in-year monitoring assessments? The 4th one, given the 50 infrastructure project assessment plan, what is their plan to mitigate strategy for the department that consistently fail to implement assessment recommendation? And the last question would be on the 2025-26 expenditure saving as a baseline. How will the department ensure that the spending rate is maintained without sacrificing the depth of supply chain management and financial statement assessments? Thank you.
Thank you. That's the analysis. Do we still have another one?
Yes, Chair. Honorable Chair, the researcher from Economic Cluster is just going to continue with the Department of Sports, the Department of Agriculture, and then do the 4th quarter analysis.
Yeah, this is too long. Okay.
Thank you, Ma'am Kiwani. Thank you, Chair. Ntate Mokandi, can we just go straight to slide 4? Here we're saying that under administration, honorable members, we say that this department is doing well with compliance basics. Things like risk management frameworks and meeting the 30-day payment window for invoices. These ones are on track. However, we spotted some significant red flags. Take their senior management transformation targets. This is where the problem is. We say that the department wants to increase the representation of women and persons with disabilities. But instead of setting steady quarterly milestones, they have pushed the entire target to the fourth quarter. Honorable members, if we only look at this particular issue in the fourth quarter, it will be too late to self-correct, and it makes active monitoring very impossible. Ntate Mokadi, slide 5. I'm going to try and be very fast, honorable members. Slide 5, Ntate Mokadi. So we say that to improve this, or to better yet fix this issue, we propose that the department must introduce staggered quarterly milestone for these equity targets. Meaning we say here that we need to know in quarter 1, quarter 2, and quarter 3 exactly how many women and persons with disabilities are being recruited into senior roles. This keeps the department accountable throughout the entire year. Slide 6, Ntate Mokadi. Here, honorable members, we have concerns about how realistic some of these targets actually are. For instance, the department is introducing brand new performance indicators, like, for example, the smallholder empowerment and supporting 500 producer study groups. But they have done this, we say that they have done this without providing any historical baselines. We have no historical data to show that supporting 500 groups is actually feasible with their current staff. Honorable members, even more worrying is the food security target, which aims to support 2,500 household producers. When you look at the quarterly breakdown, they have targeted 0 delivery in the first quarter, followed by a massive spike later in the year, which is, we say that this is quite problematic. To even add on to this, strict level business systems are struggling, honorable members. For example, Commonage systems lack functional agreements with COGTA, and the quality of extension services is visibly declining on the ground. So we say that the department must also improve on this. Slide 7, Ntate Mokadi. Okay, I'm not gonna repeat this because it's basically what I've just said on the previous slide. And Ntate Mokadi, can you please go to slide 8? Veterinary services. This, honorable members, we say we find the most critical planning contradictions in this particular program. We say here what we've observed is that on one hand, the department's long-term planning demands an ambitious 45,000 export certificates. That's what they want to do in this financial year. They want to have 45,000 export certificates. We say that yes, they might be good. Yet, on the other hand, they have only planned for 1,000 disease surveillance samples. So this, we say, it's quite contradictory. You cannot guarantee safe exports of animal products if you aren't doing the active testing on the ground to back it up. That's what we are saying, honorable members. So here we're saying that, honorable members, if we could add up the department's quarterly breakdown for diagnostic services, it equals 50,000 laboratory tests. But the annual target listed in the very same document is 75,000. We don't know if it's a typo or what is the problem there. I think the department will explain further. And then we say that beyond these planning errors, the department have acute shortages of veterinary staff, ongoing vaccine supply failure for foot and mouth disease. There is weak biosecurity checks alongside the Lesotho border and highly fragile internal reporting systems. Slide 9. Our recommendation here, honorable members, is that the department must recalculate and realign its planning matrices. The department must ensure that their quarterly targets locally and mathematically sum up to match their total annual commitment, which is not the case with the current APP as we have now. Slide 10. Okay, here we just basically saying that the department is unable to fill critical service delivery vacancies, meaning the department don't have enough veterinarians, agricultural engineers, college lecturers to do the job effectively. So the department will need to address this. Slide 11, Tate Mokati. To build on these systematic findings, we're going to look at the infrastructure. The annual target for establishing agricultural infrastructure is kept at just 52 units. What is highly concerning here, honorable members, is that the department has projected zero growth for this target over the medium term. This represents a stagnation in development planning. Furthermore, we found that different districts are using completely different criteria to classify and categorize Black commercial farmers. This is what needs to also be fixed. Thank you very much, honorable members. I think we can move on through you, Chair. We can move on to the next department, which is sports. Okay. I think we can just go to, let's start with slide 5 in Tate Mokati. What we've noticed with this department is that what they managed to do, at least in terms of the SMART principle, is that the basic operational goals like paying 100% of invoices within the 30 days and filling funded positions, it is quite clearly outlined in their APPs. We say that what they wrote there, it's quite specific, it's measurable, and it's time bound. However, based on that, we have spotted a major planning gap. If we look at indicator 1.1.3, this one, the honorable members will be able to see it when they look at the master document of the Word document that I have emailed to the honorable members previously. When we look at this particular indicator, which aims to implement 16 interventions for designated groups, this indicator fails the specific test. It never actually defines what an intervention is, nor does it detail how resources are divided between youth, women, and people with disability. So we believe that there must be clarity in terms of this indicator. Furthermore, we say that the department's ability to achieve these plans is yet worrisome because we don't know the specifications regarding that. We are seeing major supply chain and internal management blockages because infrastructure contracts are not registered on the system at the start of the year. The department, we say here now, it faces risks of unauthorized spending if it's not clearly indicated. Slide 6, Ndati Mokati. Honorable members, we say here that the planning lacks, the planning with this particular program, we say that it lacks economic and monitoring depth. Like counting 3 cultural events, supporting 2 programs and 7 festivals give us basic numbers. Ne? But the plan swings back and forth between events and festivals without ever defining their size, their location, or their actual economic value to our communities. Furthermore, monitoring only 4 government entities per year for compliance with the Language Act is simply too low to be realistic or to have a real provincial impact. Slide 7, the library and archive services. When we look at this particular program, we say that the procurement metrics, specifically buying 10,000 new library materials, are specific and measurable because they stipulate the exact number. And on the archival side, the target for records inspection is a solid compliance-driven SMART goal. It does not give us the exact numbers regarding that indicator. However, this program fails on the attainable and realistic front. This is what we have observed when we did this analysis. We say that the department has projected a flat line target of 10,000 materials all the way through to 2029. We say that why this is a red flag, because it represents a massive drop from the 21,000 materials which were successfully procured in the 2024-2025. So we just don't seem to understand why their target have now been reduced from the previous financial years. Slide 8. Now here, when we're going to examine the sport and recreation, here we see partial compliance in terms of the SMART principle. We say here that they spoke about delivering equipment to 45 schools and clubs and supporting 3,000 learners in school sports, which we say here they are clear, they are measurable, and they are positive metrics. But when we look at the sports academy system, we run into the SMART principle failure here. We say here that the department, we've identified the following, that the department has kept the target completely static at exactly 110 athletes per year. Flat line for 3 straight years. Honorable members, in a province of ours with vast districts, keeping athlete intake frozen is unrealistic. This is what this analysis is saying. This flatlining points to a lack of developmental growth and weak data tracking. It creates an active bottleneck in grassroots talent scouting and athlete progression. So we recommend that the department will need to review this flat number that they have for the whole year. Slide 9. Here I'm quickly going to summarize the key challenges that we have observed when we look at this department. We say that quickly in administration, we see vulnerable supply chain processes, an ongoing bottleneck in asset disposal, poor equipment safeguarding, and a lack of internal capacity to run a comprehensive skills audit. In the cultural affairs, we have identified the following challenge, that the heritage landscape remains untransformed. Currently, only 4 out of 11 provincial museums represent previously marginalized cultures. Staff shortages mean communities, there's also an issue of staff shortages, which mean that communities cannot even access these museums after hours or on weekends. Looking at the library services, we say that the challenge is that the department has a stagnant book and digital material procurement, which directly slows down efforts to close the information gap in the rural areas. And finally, looking at the sports and recreation, we are seeing a total lack of growth in elite athlete intake, with no clear, separate data indicators to track how youth, women, and disabled individuals are actually progressing in competitive sports. Slide 10, Ntate Mokati. Now here we're going to talk about the recommendations. We say that to resolve these administrative and sector bottlenecks, we're proposing the following. Firstly, number one, we say that the department must disaggregate designated target, meaning that the departments need to update the technical indicator descriptions for program 1 to break down those 16 vague interventions that I spoke to earlier into explicit, clear sub-targets giving exact numbers for youth employment, women's arts programs, and physical retrofits for persons with disabilities. And secondly, we say here the department must shift to outcome-based culture metrics instead of simply counting raw cultural events, like saying there's so many festivals. They need to redefine cultural indicators to measure real economic outcomes, such as how many local artists are being targeted for what area. I think we are done, honorable members. This was the last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to start by ensuring that we become effective. That we postpone the presentations of arts and culture and that of agriculture, so that we just focus on Treasury this year and the entities, so that we really are able to concentrate. Otherwise, by the time at 7 o'clock we reach the 7 p.m., I think concentration would have lapsed by that time. So that's what I want us to deal with. And honorable members, if there's anyone who would want to comment on the ruling I've just made.
Thank you, Chair. I support how you propose we should move. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we then shift straight to Treasury? Before we take the Treasury, Lempuse, can you then take those that would be presenting through the ritual, so you will take them after Treasury?
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Please indicate what you think I should do.
Okay, we don't need anyone from Treasury for taking an oath, for swearing in.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, let's do it after Treasury.
Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, Treasury is logging on right now. They're requesting just a minute or so. Honorable Chair, Treasury has logged in through you, Chair. They'll can proceed with the presentation.
Good afternoon. Who's going to present? Just introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I'm Stephen Mngoma, and I'm with my colleagues, 𝒕𝒐𝒂𝒄 and Mr. Polwane, and 𝒕𝒂𝒄 Modisana. The 𝒕𝒂𝒄 Polwane will be taking us through, Chair, in relation to the entities. Maybe I must just extend the apology for our colleagues who normally presents the entities. Mr. Lefuma, he's attending a conference in Cape Town. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Ngoma, the presentation is not going to, if you can just keep agriculture and arts and culture, so that because we have just decided to excuse them for today, so that you just focus on entities and this year. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. We'll do so. We have two presentations, Chair. That means then on the side of the departments, we'll only look. We'll only look at. I'm not sure. You said also you've excused this year. So if that's the case,
we only focus on this year and the entities.
This year, okay. No, then on our bigger presentation, which will be given by Medadi, then we'll just give the overview of the province and just talk to this year, just in terms of narrative, Chair. Thank you very much. 𝒕𝒂𝒄 Polwane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me just load the presentation. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. May I please check if I'm audible and that my presentation is visible?
I don't see the presentation. I only hear your voice. Oh, yes. Yes, the presentation is visible.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and the Honorable Committee. As Mr. Mngoma has indicated, I will take the committee through the fourth quarter financial reports for public entities. Without wasting any more time, I will go straight to slide number 5, Honorable Chair. The first presentation will relate to the revenue performance of the FDC, where we are indicating that the total revenue projected for the fourth quarter was 301 million, and the entity has collected 215 million, which translates to 71%, which then reflects that the entity has under-collected. But in terms of the transfer, the budgeted transfer was 6 million, and the entity has received that 6 million. But we just also wanted to indicate that the reason for under collection on the of revenue relates to cost recoveries in relation to the utilities charge, and that the legal services from the entity could not cover the estimated amount to be collected for the entity, which relates to the outstanding debt charged for the tenants. And then also indicating that one of the major reasons for the under collection from the entity is that there were no new leases signed, and that no refurbishment of factories, non-refurbishment of factories contributes to lack of signing new tenants. As we understand that if the factory is not in good condition, it is likely not to attract new investors to come in. And also we want to indicate that furthermore, it was discovered that some of the tenants left the FDC properties without providing notification to the entity, which relates to which resulted to the under collection. However, we have indicated to the entity that the entity needs to conduct a quarterly or monthly inspection on the properties. This is just a graphic presentation of what I've already alluded to, Honorable Chair. And then if we move to slide number 8, is the expenditure of the entity. The budget for the expenditure is 355 million, and the entity has spent 260 million, which translates to 73.2% for the fourth quarter. However, in terms of the program, program 1 recorded expenditure of 58%, which is under expenditure because of vacancies and outstanding salary increments which were not yet paid. And then in terms of program 2, they've also recorded under expenditure of 79% due to security services, which is not yet outsourced due to lack of funds. And then in terms of program 3, we are indicating that the entity has spent about 79%, and then the under expenditure relating to the municipal interest, which was less than what was budgeted for. And then program 4, the entity spent 61%, and the reason for under expenditure was the appointment of insurance providers, which were not yet finalized, and then the appointment of security services due to the budgetary constraints. In terms of the COE, or the compensation of employees, the expenditure amounts to 79%, which also reflects the under expenditure. And then, like I've already indicated, is that this is due to the amount of salary increases which was not yet paid, and that some of the officials resigned or retired, and then they created vacant positions. In terms of goods and services, the spending totaled to 69% of the budget, and the reason for that under expenditure is the non-appointment of insurance provider and the securities due to cash flow constraints. Slide number 10, Honorable Chairperson, is just a graphical presentation indicating how far is the expenditure of the entity. Slide number 11, this is just the actual cash flow that we wanted to indicate to the committee to say at the end of the financial year, the entity was left with 3.1 million in their bank account. However, the entity has indicated that money will be committed to pay the municipal debt and other invoices that they. As we move along, Honorable Chair, slide number 13 is the performance of the Maluti-a-Phofung SEZ. The total allocation for the MAPSEZ total 40 million, which was transferred at the end of the fourth quarter. However, the expenditure amounted to 41 million, which translated to the over expenditure of about 1.3 million. And then if we zoom in terms of classification, the Maluti-a-Phofung underspent on COE, as they spend only 96% of the budget, and that relates to the vacant position. However, in terms of goods and services, this is where the over expenditure was realized. The entity spent about 106% on goods and services, and that the reason for that expenditure was that there was a faulty electrical cables, whereby the Maluti-a-Phofung needed to replace that cable, and that they also spent on the external audit expenditure, which resulted to that over expenditure. And then in terms of the last bullet, we are indicating that the SEZ projected to receive the rental income from factories, although This has not yet been realized due to the transfer of control of assets. To move along, Honorable Chair, slide number 15 is the performance of the Free State Gambling, Liquor and Tourism. This is just the revenue of, this slide number 15 reflects the revenue performance. We are indicating that the budget for the revenue was 175 million and the actual collection was 172 million. In terms of the classification, the transfer received by the entity was 109 million as projected. And then in terms of sale of goods and services, the entity collected about 95%, which reflects under expenditure. But the reason for that is primarily due to casino and horse racing revenue, which is demand-driven and influenced by the slow economic outlook. And then also on the revenue and other sales, the entity has over-collected there, but in the main is due to the interest received from earmarked funding. And of importance is to indicate that as of 31 March or at the end of the quarter, the amount deposited to Provincial Revenue Fund or the PRF totaled 62.7 million. Yeah. I think I've already alluded to this slide, Chairperson, and then this one is just a graphic representation of what I've already articulated. Slide number 18 reflects the expenditure of the entity. The budget for the entity is 105 million and the actual expenditure total 105 million. In other words, the entity has spent all the money that has been allocated to me. But safe to say, in terms of program tourism and marketing, there was an over expenditure there of about 116%. That 116% was due to the results of the Durban Tourism Index, which was held in May 25, and the cost of living adjustment, hence the entity overspent on that. And from there, I think, Honorable Chairperson, it is clear as the entity has spent all the budget. There are no major issues. If you allow me, Chairperson, this is just a narration of what I've already talked about. And then this is just a graphic presentation. And then the last slide, which is a recommendation. Provincial Treasury recommends the following to the Honorable Committee, that the committee should know that the entities have submitted their RIM reporting model on time and compliant to the requirements. As the RIM is reported quarterly to the Treasury. And that note that the gambling has collected 62.7 million or 95% of their own revenue, which form part of the PRF funding or the Provincial Revenue Fund. And we are also indicating to the committee to note that FDC is on accrual basis of accounting, although the RIM reporting is mainly on the projected revenue and expenditure, whereas the cash flow statements reflect the actual collection and expenditure. In other words, what we are trying to indicate to the committee is that the model that is used by the National Treasury, it does not actually cater for FDC, as FDC is not working on the projections, but on the actuals. But the discussion at an advanced stage with the National Treasury, as the National Treasury has indicated that it will amend the RIM so that it can cater for FDC. And then we are also indicating that the committee should note that FDC and MAPSEZ are yet to finalize transfer of control of assets. Provincial Treasury will continue to follow up on these processes as it unfolds. And lastly, we are requesting the Honorable Committee to note that FDC should submit monthly reports to Provincial Treasury until the completion or finalization of transfer of assets is complete. Honorable Chair, that is the end of the first quarter report for the public entities. I'm not sure if maybe I should move forward to the other committee, to the other presentation, but I will get guidance from you, Honorable Chair.
You can move to the next presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me share the other one. Is it visible, this one, Honorable Chair?
Yes, it's visible.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, this one relates to the non-financial performance of the public entities for the fourth quarter. This is just a presentation layout. I'll just go straight to slide number 4. As we are starting with the FDC, we are indicating that all the reports were submitted on time by the FDC. And then disclaimer there, we are indicating that the performance report for Program 1 administration could not be verified as the entity has not yet finalized the portfolio of evidence. However, the entity has indicated that the actual performance results will only be available upon finalization of the draft annual financial statement. Honorable Chair, this one is the performance in terms of the program on slide number 6. In terms of the total number of targets, the entity had 17 number of targets, and then in terms of the performance, the property management had 5 number of targets, and then the targets that were achieved is 3, and then targets not achieved is 2. The total amount of targets achieved in terms of percentage under property management is 60%. SMME finance development, they've planned to have 5, and then the targets that were achieved is 4, and the targets not achieved is 1. And in terms of percentage of targets achieved is 80%. Trade and investment, the entity planned 2 targets, and then those 2 targets were achieved, which equal to 100%. And then in terms of administration, they've planned 5, and then none of the targets were achieved. However, we understand that the entity has updated the information, but it will reflect on their presentation in terms of which information is updated. Slide number 8, Honorable Chair, is just a indication of the quarterly comparison to check how is the entity been performing since from quarter 1. As you can see, from quarter 1, just to take the members along, from quarter 1, the entity they achieved 64% of the 100% planned targets. And then in quarter 2, there was a slight decline. They moved from 64 to 53. And then in quarter 3, they moved from 53 to 41. And then in quarter 4, they moved from 41 to 53%. In other words, the improvement was only realized in quarter 4. Slide number 9, Honorable Chair. These are the overachieved targets. 2 investors were planned to be attracted. However, 3 were attracted. This was due to investment in pipeline starting to be realized. And then 3 number of markets to access initiative facilitated, and 5 was achieved. The reason for that overachieved target was that the planned export and promotion activities were conducted in quarter 4. 2 SMME in financial distress were planned to be supported with rentals or loans, and the entity managed to assist 3. This was due to funds received from the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, which enabled the entity to assist more SMEs. As we continue, slide number 10, 70% of occupancy rate for commercial property was planned. However, the entity managed to achieve 74% due to the process of legalizing tenants and implementing lease audit. The entity planned 70% of occupancy rate on residential property and achieved 73%. This was due to the process of legalizing tenants and implementing this audit as well. 6,500 jobs were planned to be retained in industrial parks, and then 10,732 was achieved. This was due to the operations and functionalities of factories. In terms of the targets that were not achieved where the entity could not perform well, 5 SMMEs were planned to be supported with loans. I'm on slide number 11, Honorable Chair. 5 SMMEs were planned to be supported with loans. However, that target was not achieved due to non-compliance and delays with loan agreements between the departments and the municipalities. 10 million worth of loans was planned to be disbursed to the SMMEs. However, only 3.5 million was disbursed due to financial constraints. The entity planned to implement 10 new leases on industrial and commercial properties. However, only 3 were achieved as the entity is still finalizing the lease agreement on industrials. Entity planned 70% of. Okay, thank you, Chair. The entity.
Continue. Have you muted yourself or something? Because we can't hear you. Hello. Let him go, ma'am. Let him decide. Oh, yes.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah, now we can
I
hear
think
you.
I think I was muted. Okay. Let me just. Okay, let me just. Yeah, I was just on the recommendation, Honorable Chair. It is recommended that the Honorable Committee knows the overall entity has achieved 70%, 75% of the planned targets. Note that the Provincial Treasury could not verify the performance of Program 1 administration based on the reasons that were advanced due to portfolio of evidence not being available. However, this will be verified as we compile the annual report. It is also recommended that the portfolio committee agrees to the proposal that these audits be conducted on a regular basis to address gaps in rental management. And lastly, we request that the committee note that the annual report must provide a comprehensive information regarding the performance of the targets. Moving to slide number 14, Honorable Chair. We are indicating that Maluti-a-Phofung SEZ has also submitted their report on time. And then slide number 15 is the program performance. We are indicating that the total number of targets is 12. And then if we zoom in, program 1 has only 1 target, and that target was achieved, which is financial sustainability. Program 2, the entity planned to have 8 targets, and then only 2 was achieved. 6 were not achieved, which translates to 25% of achievement. And then in terms of program 3, the entity planned 2, and then they've achieved all those targets. In terms of program 4, which is governance, there were no planned targets for quarter 4. And then operational stability, which is the last program, the entity planned 1 target, and that target was not achieved. Overall, the entity has performed below 100% with 42% achievement. Slide number 17 is just a quarterly comparison in terms of tracking how the Maluti-a-Phofung has been performing in terms of the non-financial. Quarter 1, they were at 33%, Honorable Chair. Quarter 2, there was an increase. They achieved 47%. Quarter 3, there was a decline. They went to 33%. And then quarter 4, there was an improvement. They achieved 42% of planned targets. Slide number 18, targets that were overachieved where the entity has done well. The MAPSEZ planned to install 2 cameras at the switch room. The target was achieved as 60 cameras were installed. This was due to the performance of previous quarter. 17 street lights were planned to be serviced and operational. The target was achieved as 66 street lights were installed. And the reason was that the targets were completed in the previous quarters as well. Targets not achieved on slide number 19, Honorable Chair. The following targets were not accomplished due to lack of funding and budget constraint. One is the completion of construction of 𝑬𝒐𝒊𝒏𝒕 wastewater treatment plant, secure funding for construction of 5-meter reservoir and 𝑬𝒐𝒊𝒏𝒕 water pipes, completion of pp processes for construction of 16.9 MVA solar park, and lastly, a 20 position to be filled were not achieved. 1.5 million as cumulative investment value was planned, and only 1.4 billion was realized. This was due to the delay in converting advanced pipeline investors into the signed lease agreements. In terms of key conclusions and recommendations, we request the committee to note that 𝑬𝒐𝒊 achieved 42% of the overall targets, reflecting unsatisfactory performance for the period under review. And also note that the budget constraints significantly contributed to the underperformance of the subsidiary, and that the committee should agree that the MAPSEZ and FTC must find a common ground regarding the transfer and control of assets, as this issue it is long overdue. The last part of the presentation will focus on the FSGLTA, Honorable Chair. And then slide number 22 is just a compliance indicating that we have received all the reports on time. Slide number 3 is the program performance. The total number of targets is 44. And then the overall achievement of the targets achieved is 95%. And then in terms of program 1, number of planned targets is 22. Number of targets achieved is also 22, which equals to 100%. Program 2, the entity planned 8 targets, and then number of achieved targets is 7, and only 1 target could not achieve, which translates to 88% achievement. Marketing program 3, all the targets were achieved. The entity planned to have 10 to complete 10 targets. That target was fully achieved. PAKISA, which is program number 4, the entity planned 4, and number of targets achieved is 3, and then number of targets not achieved is 1, which translates to 75%. Overall, as I've indicated, Chair, 95 of planned targets were achieved by the entity. Slide number 25 is just a comparison of quarterly performance. On quarter 1, the entity achieved 100%, and there was a decline on quarter 2, the entity achieved 94%. Furthermore, there was a decline in quarter 3, the performance declined to 77%. However, in quarter 4, there was a sharp improvement of 95%. Slide number 26, targets where the entity could not do well. 459 number of liquor compliance inspections were planned to be conducted at licensed premises, and only 442 was achieved due to budget constraints. One assessment on the economic impact of bids awarded was planned to be conducted. The target was not achieved. However, the events secured will take place in the new financial year. Slide number 27, overachieved targets where the entity has done well. The entity planned to conduct 6 enforcement operations with stakeholders, and that target was achieved with 8, where 8 enforcement were conducted due to ad hoc operation with stakeholders. The last slide, Honorable Chair, is the conclusions and the recommendation. We are indicating to the Honorable Committee to note that the overall entity has achieved 95%, and that there are targets that are not in entity's control, although being reported as attained. For an example, number of reported cases investigated and reported as Treasury we felt that the entity does not have control over this target. However, we are glad to indicate that the entities has implemented Treasury Committee recommendation that the entity has revised and amended the targets in the new 2026-27 annual performance plan. And lastly, we request the Honorable Committee to know that Provincial Treasury will continue with the verification of performance of information of the entity to make sure that the entity report on the actual performance. Honorable Chair, that is the end of the fourth quarter financial report. I will also move swiftly to the APP analysis of the Free State Gambling and Liquor Tourism. As we have previously guided, let me just without further ado, Chairperson, this is just the presentation layout of the APP analysis. We are going to skip the papers. This is just a background in terms of how are we analyzing the APP. I'm not sure, Chair, if I should go through this. I should go straight to our analysis. Nevertheless, slide number 5.
Also, just go straight to the analysis.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. Okay, slide number 6 is the analysis of the APP. We are indicating that the quality of the APP depends on several factors, and focus of Provincial Treasury was on compliance in terms of the guidelines issued by the GPME, which is Part A, mandate, Part B, strategic focus, Part C, measuring performance. And then we're also indicating that the alignment of the budget and the program in keeping with estimate of provincial revenue and expenditure was also observed. Slide number 7, we are indicating that the final APP was submitted to Provincial Treasury as prescribed with the GPME framework and timelines. And then budgeted programs are reflected on the non-financial targets as required by the Part A of the mandate. The following information is reflected under this part of the annual performance plan. Update to the relevant and policy mandates is reflected. Update to the relevant court rulings and litigation is also reflected. Part B of the strategic focus, the entities has covered the following under this section: updated situation analysis, internal environment, which covers the HR and employee health matters, is provided on page 32. And also we are also indicated that the following are stated as strategic key risk on page 46, which is budget risk, reputational risk, legal compliance risk, and operational risk. For the 2026-27, Honorable Chair, these are the targets of the entity, and they are reflected as follows. The entity is going to have 4 programs, which is administration, gambling, tourism, and Pakistan. In terms of how many targets that the entity has planned, the entity has planned to have 51 targets for the 2026 financial year, which are divided as follows. Administration is going to have 27 targets. Gambling and liquor, program 2 is going to have 9 targets. Tourism is going to have 10 targets. And Pakistan is going to have 5 targets, which total to 51 targets. Honorable Chair, slide number 11 is just indicating the analysis on program 1. We are satisfied with how the entities has populated the information on program 1, but safe to indicate that the budget allocation for the program is also reflected on page 70 of the entity, and the amount for that program is 49.9 billion. Program 2, just to indicate that the allocation for that program is 31.038 million, as outlined on page 75 of the APP. Program 3, tourism, the allocation for that program is 11.8 million, and it is also reflected on the APP on page 82. Program 4, Phakisa, which is the last program, it is allocated 11.1 million and has 5 targets, as reflected also on page 85 of the APP. In terms of the observation, Honorable Chair, on slide number 15, we are indicating that the following observation are made regarding the evaluated plan. Program 1 is allocated more budget as compared to other programs. Program 3, which is the core mandate of the entity, is allocated only 11.8 million, which is less than what Program 1 is allocated. There is an improvement with regards to the historical information of which was not provided in the previous annual performance plan. Number of targets and budget per program were clearly highlighted by the entity. In terms of the conclusion, Honorable Chair, we are saying that the Honorable Committee should note the analysis of the APP presented by Provincial Treasury. Note that all annual targets correlate with quarterly targets. Note that the APP is aligned with key national and provincial priorities. Lastly, note that the Provincial Treasury will monitor quarterly performance of the entity budget allocation versus the targets attained. That brings us to the end of the analysis on the APP for FSGLTA. The last presentation will cover the analysis of the corporate plan of FDC and Maluti-a-Phofung SEZ. We'll start wasting time, Honorable Chair. Let me just go straight to slide number 8. In terms of slide number 8, we are starting with with the FDC. In terms of slide number 8, we are indicating that the corporate plan was submitted to Provincial Treasury with stipulated time frame of 1 month before the start of the new financial year. And then that the entity adhered to Section 29 of Treasury Regulations and also Section 52 of the PFMA, which guides the annual budget and the corporate plan of Schedule 3 entities. The program and the annual targets are clearly defined in the corporate plan with broader provincial and national plans. Slide number 9. This is just an indication to say we are satisfied with how the entity has adhered in terms of indicating what is contained in the corporate plan. For an example, name and financial year is also reflected. We are happy with that. The forward is also reflected. The strategic framework and the outcome are also reflected on the corporate plan. The strategic and business initiatives are also reflected. If you continue to page number 10, key performance measures are also indicated. Risk management plans also forms part of the corporate plan. Fraud prevention plan is also reflected on page 78 of the corporate plan. Slide number 11, materiality or significant framework is also reflected on page 84. The financial plan of the entity is also reflected on the corporate plan on page 78 to 89. In terms of the plan targets for the 2026-27 financial year, Honorable Chair of the FDC, administration has 23 targets, trade and investment has 6 targets, SME finance development and support has 5 targets, property management has 9 targets, and the total is 43 targets planned for the 2026-27 financial year. For the SEZ, the total number of the planned targets is 25. Program 1 is allocated 2 targets. Program 2 is allocated 19 targets. Program 3 is allocated 2 targets. Program 4 is allocated 1 target. And lastly, Program 5 is allocated 1 target, which total to 25. Key conclusion and recommendation. It is recommended that the portfolio note that the entity has submitted the corporate plan in line with the stipulated submission timelines. Note that the corporate plan contains all pertinent information as per Section 29 of Treasury Regulation. And also note that the corporate plan of FDC addresses key national and provincial priorities, for an example, such as SMMEs development support, as well as plans to increase revenue through rental billing from their properties. Note that the corporate plan of MAPSEZ addresses key provincial priorities also, such as attracting foreign and local industrial investment and creation of jobs for the people of Free State. Agree that the entity should reflect the budget allocation per program and align to the planned targets. Also, the portfolio committee should note that the planned targets must be achievable and reported as per quarterly plans, e.g. FDC program. Honorable Chair, that brings us to the end of the analysis of the entities as requested. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I don't know whether we have any input or questions for clarity from members in terms of the presentations that have been made by the Treasury. Mine was, I think it's on the issue. I don't remember which entities that were, which you recommend that we request them to report monthly. I think it's FDC monthly to Treasury. Maybe just to check how often are they reporting, or whether they've been reporting at all. And yes, that's one of the issues that I just wanted to understand. And the second case that in this agreement between FDC and SEZ that has been outstanding for a long time, hasn't the Treasury and the Premier's office tried to deal with the matter, especially the Premier's office, maybe overseeing the cooperative governance matters. And those are the two issues, the questions of clarity I just wanted to understand. Any member would want to a question of clarity? Dr. Van.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, maybe just on the targets for Phakisa, can we get some clarity on what would be those 5 targets that Phakisa has to commit to in the APPs? Thank you, Chair. Maybe, Chair, on the transfer of assets from from FDC to MAP, why is it taking so long, or should we maybe pose that to the department? But perhaps we can get some clarity also from Treasury there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over to you, Treasury.
No.
Thank you, Chair. Can I please check with Ntata if I can respond to the question?
No, not through you, Chair. You can see, I'll follow you. Thank you. Through you, Chair. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. The issue that we reflected on the presentation was in relation to the transfer of control of assets. As we have realized that the process is taking long, so we have requested the entity to abreast the Treasury and the Portfolio Committee on the progress there. And then I think the issue of why is it taking long to be resolved, the entity will be in the better position, as we are not aware in terms of how far is the process currently now, why is it taking so long. And I think also on the PAKISA targets, the entity will illustrate in terms of what is it that they will want to achieve based on the such targets that they put there. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair, for the questions. Chair, if the the issue of the transfer of funds from from FDC to SEZ, I'm not sure what would be the reason for FDC, to take time to transfer these funds, because as you will know, because we also present to the to PROPEC in terms of the allocation, that will have, when the year starts, will have indicated allocation to DSTIA and indicate clearly now on our allocation letters that these funds are meant for assisting SEZ, so they must be transferred as per their own agreements between the two entities. So as why it takes long, I'm not sure, Chair, and I haven't come across that complaint, from SEZ around the issue of transfers. But it's something that we can follow up with the entity and even the department. Then the other issue, I stand to be corrected here, Chair. I will follow it up and maybe we can respond to the committee later on. I think in one of the, if my memory serves me, in one of the 𝑬𝒄𝒄𝒏𝒕, that is budget 𝑬𝒄𝒄𝒏𝒕 resolution, there was a resolution around the issue of that issue of the governance issue between SEZ and FDC need to be fast-tracked, need to be expedited. So as to how far are we in terms of that resolution, I will follow up, Chair, and commit to come back, if we can be given a chance just to check that. But if my memory serves me well, there was that resolution that a few departments were elected, were appointed to deal with that issue. I think those are the issues that I wanted to indicate, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. I think Mayor Zinhle, that issue we need to flag it and take it to the Premier's office for Premier to give us a response on that, the issue of that agreement between FDC and SEZ, and with clear timeframes. Mayor Mpuse, I think now you can take people who must be sworn in, take them through the rituals, starting with the department. Then I'll then hand over the baton to 𝒕𝒐𝒂𝒏𝒕. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, may I please get an indication of who will be presenting on behalf of the department as well as the entities? Thank you.
Chairperson.
Yeah.
𝒕𝒐𝒂𝒏𝒕, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for steering the ship up to this point. Let's get the department, let's please take them through. I think the MEC is on the platform, and I suspect also the HOD. MEC, give us your opening remarks, and therefore straight we shoot to the those HOD will give us those who would take an oath or affirmation, including the entities all at once, so that when we take the presentation, we are done with oath and affirmation. Thank you. MEC?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members present in the platform. Thanks for the opportunity given to us to come and report to the committee. Indeed, the acting HOD in the Pakiso will be leading the team of the officials from the department. And I can just assure the committee that we are here to present what we know it is out of the best of what we have been doing. and we are eagerly also prepared and ready to listen to those constructive critiques that always help us to do our work, and that always becomes an eye-opener to all of us. So we will be presenting the reports, and the entities will also do the same. I'm hopeful that all officials, just the gadget I'm using, I can't see all the officials who are on the platform. I was afraid to be with them, wanted to arrange to be under one roof, but I'm still not well. I'm still not yet fully recovered from this terrible flu. So I've avoided, but Ntate Pakiso and Ntate Kalani, they will all be leading the teams, and together with the CEO and the acting CEO of FDC and FSGLTA and the SEZ. But thanks very much for the platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, HOD, 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂 take over. Thank you, MEC, for the remarks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ntate Lebone, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂.
Ntate Lebone, please switch on your camera. Thank you, Ntate Lebone. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My full names are Pakiso Elias Lebone.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Ntate Lebone. Ntate Kalani. Chair, please assist because I didn't get all the names as well as from the entities, so I will just be proceeding with names. Please just provide guidance.
Okay. HOD, please assist us with the officials in Treasury that are going to be speaking to the meeting that will also respond to the DSTIA and entities.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In case of Treasury, I will also be assisted by the CFO as well as the head of strategic planning. So in the main, those will be two colleagues that will then be assisting me. In terms of the economic development, it will then be the CFO, Mr. Lefakalani, as well as Ntate Dirk Hagen. Mepumla will also be part of this, Mepumla Neza, as well as Ntate Sehularo Modise, so and Dr. Mokwena. So these are the colleagues that would be assisting. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes, and on the entities HOD, which officials are going to be assisting?
Chair, in terms of the entities, we will be having the chief executive officers of the entities. We will have Ntate Dr. Mosola, who is the acting CEO for FDC, appointed CEO for SEZ, and then we'll also be having Ntate Obakeng Siani, who is acting CE for Free State Gambling and Liquor Authority. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, HOD. Mepelezo, I think for the entity, Dr. Mosola is appointed as SCZ and then acting on FTC. So basically we'll have Dr. Mosola and then Ntate Singh on the entities.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll then proceed with the CFO from Treasury. I didn't get the name, however. And
𝑷𝒐𝒓𝒕𝒕.
hi, ma'am. Please, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
𝑷𝒐𝒓𝒕𝒕.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ntate Kalani. Ntate Kalani, good afternoon. Okay, let me then proceed to the next.
Good evening.
Good afternoon, sir. May you please open your camera?
It's open from my side.
Okay, I see you now. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is 𝑙efa Francis Kala.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Dr. Kalani. Mr. Hagen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir. I can't see your face. I don't know if it's just my screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see you now. So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath, please.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Dirk Jacobus Hagen.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Hagen.
Yeah.
Mengeza, I'm not sure if it's a sir or Mr. or a ma'am. Hi, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath?
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
It's Phumla Lungisa Mngeza.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, say, "Please so help me God."
Please so help me God.
Thank you, Mengeza. Ntate Sulaharo.
Just a little minute, Phumla, we are going to request when you come to our visual meetings, it's either you are at the office or you are at home, because you are driving and then you are doing that, and then the next minute there's an accident or anything like that. We are not going to allow you to participate in the meeting up until you confirm to us that you are stationary, you are at your house, or you are in your office. Thank you, MAPSEZ. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ntate Sulaharo. Good afternoon. Okay, I'm going to move over to Dr. Mokoena, because I'm not getting any response. Dr. Mokoena, good afternoon. Chairperson, I'm going to move on because I'm not getting a response for those two. Thank you. Ntate Mosola, are you on the platform?
Yes, I'm here, Chair. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. May you please open your camera? Ntate Mosola, your camera. Ntate Sisi. Okay, there we go. Thank you, sir. So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation? You're muted. Your mic is muted.
I can hear you, ma'am. Please go ahead.
I can hear you, sir. Yes. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is 𝑬𝒄𝒐𝒏𝒕 Mosola. I am the acting CEO for the FDC.
Do you swear what, sir? Thank you. Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Dr. Mosola. Dr. 𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕𝒐𝒍𝒊𝒐, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. 𝒐𝒐𝒎𝒊𝒏𝒕. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕𝒐𝒍𝒊𝒐.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say so help me God.
So help me.
Thank you, Dr. 𝒐𝒐𝒎𝒊𝒏𝒕. Chairperson, thank you. I don't think I missed anyone apart from the individuals that didn't respond. Thank you.
Thank you, MAPSEZ. Those individuals that did not respond and Phumla, they are not going to be participating. Let's then proceed. We'll take Treasury. You have 15 minutes to put your presentations, focus on deviations, and then after that, we'll then have 𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕, and then we'll come to the three entities. 15 minutes each and every presentation.
Chairperson, there's a hand up.
Yes, can yeah, you can speak energy, or is yeah. Okay, I think manager is not speaking. Let's proceed. HOD, Treasury 15 minutes, 𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕 15 minutes, entities 15 minutes. That would take us 1 hour 15 minutes. And then
Chairperson, I'm sorry, my mic was off. I'm Khahliso Moshodi, also presenting on behalf of Treasury.
Okay, yeah, okay, Khahliso, 𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕𝒐𝒍𝒊𝒐 will assist you just now, and then from there, you will then proceed with the presentation, strictly 15 minutes. All the presentation are going to take us 1 hour, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Khahliso, please open your camera so that we proceed with the ritual.
It's on from my side, ma'am.
Okay, Chair, are you able to see Khahliso?
No, Khahliso, we can't see you. That Matilda Mugoni, please mute.
Is it better now?
Yes, it is. Thank you so much. Ma'am, will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath, ma'am.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕𝒐𝒍𝒊𝒐.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please, let's go. Mekhatliso, you said you will be presenting on behalf of Treasury. 15 minutes. Your 15 minutes starts now. Focus on deviations and what you want that the committee to pay attention to.
Thank you, Chairperson. Starting with the fourth quarter presentation. I'm not sure if I have rights to present.
Yes, they are supposed to assist you to have rights to flight the presentation. Ms. and the team, let's assist in IT. Can you try to flight, ma'am?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm struggling on the side, but I'm doing it now. Chairperson, can you see my presentation?
No, it's not visible. Let's take 𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕 in the meantime. 𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕, are you able to flight?
Ms. Hinhle, can you just flight it for us quickly? We'll start with the
Oh, yes, Treasury. Thank you. 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. If we move straight to slide 3, this will be the first indicator that was not achieved in the fourth target, the percentage of funded posts filled. Our target there was 85, we achieved 79% due to only 11 appointments being made in the financial year, but also having 14 terminations. If we go on the next slide, we'll speak to the percentage of disciplinary cases finalized within 90 days. The target there was prior year cases finalized. We only managed to achieve 20% of prior year cases to be finalized. This is due to cases not being finalized due to continuations and postponements, and also unavailability of representatives. In terms of the percentage of grievances finalized within 30 days, our target there was 85%. We could not reach any of that due to the unavailability of the presiding officer, which resulted in delays. The next target that was not achieved is the percentage of employees included in their work skills plan trained. The target there is 50, we achieved 20%. Due to the turnaround time for requests submitted to supply chain. This is the one indicator, Chairperson, that was not achieved. The percentage of key control indicators at level 4 for monthly assessment, our target was 93%. We achieved only 90%. This is due to the scoring that was done only on 2 months due to the challenges with PROPEC responses not being done in time, and also the fruitless and wasteful expenditure cases that were not finalized. Chairperson, Program 2 achieved all their 14 targets. I won't go through all of them individually. If we look at Program 3, they achieved 6 of their targets, the 6 of their 7 targets. The only target that was not achieved is the number of capacity building sessions on transversal systems. Here we had planned 36, we achieved 35. This is due to the training venues that were being upgraded last year, July, August. with new computers, and this delayed the training schedule. In terms of program 4, all the targets that were achieved, all 9 targets were achieved here. In program 5, municipality also achieved all their 9 targets. So overall for the year, administration achieved only 50% of their targets, while asset and liability achieved 80%. The other programs achieved all their targets. All in all, we could say we achieved 88% of the 59 targets, Chairperson. This is just the summary for the non-financial for the 4th quarter versus the expenditure of all the programs. You'll see there's no direct correlation between the expenditure and performance due to this being a labor-intensive budget where a larger portion is allocated to the salaries and wages rather than programs. Chairperson, this is where the 1st quarter ends. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you have any other present, or that was the only presentation?
There's also another presentation, Chairperson, on this computer technology. The APP Chairperson, in terms of the APP, I won't speak to the mandate. I'll go straight to slide 7. This is where we made changes. In terms of 1.2, we increased the percentage of women in SMS to 50%.
Please flight it so that honorable members are able to see the presentation.
Is it not flighted?
No, you are still on. Thank you. The 4th quarter one.
I'm using another colleague.
Just stop sharing that other one, then you begin the process from the beginning. You just have to, you have to stop sharing the one, yes, and then you begin to share the other one.
Does it show, Chairperson?
No, it is not. It's not yet visible.
Yes. Chairperson, I'm going to jump straight to slide 7, where I was roughly saying that we've increased the women in SMS percentage to 50%. Prior to this, it was at 43%. In program 2, we also increased the number of infrastructure projects that are assessed to 50. Initially, we had 40 projects per year that would be visited. If we also look at program 5, we increased the last indicator, the number of municipalities supported on revenue and debt management. We now include all municipalities, whereas we had piloted with only 10 municipalities. Chairperson, this is the budget allocation per program. I won't get into these details as I believe CFO will present on these. Thank you, Chairperson. That's the APP for Treasury.
Honorable members, I want you to engage Treasury, and then those other ones, DSTIA and the 3 entities, will engage them as a package. Honorable members, Okay, it appears that there are no questions. I see a hand of the HOD.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I was not sure if we were not expected to present on the expenditure because we were also just going to highlight in terms of how we have performed in as far as expenditure is concerned for the Department of Treasury, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, you have to HOD to present. So Mesh was supposed to deal with all the three presentations. I am not sure if CFO is the one that is going to present to us that one. But CFO, let's proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and good afternoon, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. I'm going to present the fourth quarter expenditure, so I'll move straight to slide 3, where we can see that we have a 96.26% expenditure for as at the end of the fourth quarter. And then we can see on the economic classification, this is combined, Honourable Chairperson. So on compensation of employees, it's 97.78%, on goods and services, 92%, on transfer payments, 99%. So we are almost on 100% spending on the transfer payments, and then on capital payment, there's a 88%. But the reason for that is due to the non-payment of the laptops that were not delivered on time. And then just to look into the vacancies that were not filled, we realized that there was a high vacancy rate. And the reason for that was also that, let me move to the next slide, that there was 11 officials that went on early retirement and voluntary retirement, and that also widened the gap further for the department. Then, let me just move to the next. We can also see the breakdown on the goods and services. Our biggest cost drivers is the SITA account. We had the 25 million spending on that account. So overall, it was a 92% spending on goods and services. And then on the revenue, Honourable Chairperson, there was as at the end of the fourth quarter, we have generated or collected 79 million, and while our original budget was 31 million, so we have over collected on our revenue target. And that, Chairperson, in a nutshell, that is the expenditure for the fourth quarter from the Department of Provincial Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. HOD.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to summarize, in terms of the performance information, it's only 2 programs that did not perform as expected. One of them is oversight program, which is program 3, wherein we missed just 1 target. Then as for the other targets that we miss, in the main, they relate to administration. Chair, the other issue on now moving to the revenue, we remain one of the largest revenue generating department in as far as interest is concerned on the side of the Treasury. Chair, we were able to attain and surpass the target that has been set. So we have revised this, Chairperson, just to ensure that our projections are also in line with the realities, and as well as looking at how the interest are being set. The other thing, Chairperson, that I just want to indicate, bulk of our under expenditure, especially after reprioritization, it was around compensation of employees. But one last thing, Chairperson, that I wanted to indicate, we have noted a slight increase in terms of our expenditure performance if we compare year on year, meaning last year with the current financial year. Chair, thank you very much. This is what I wanted to indicate in a nutshell. I thank you.
Thank you, HOD, and the two presenters from Treasury. Honorable Pretorius.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just on the APPs, in terms of Program 2, something that I was actually that I noted yesterday in my Youth Month speech was in terms of infrastructure project assessments. Oh no, it wasn't in my it was in my speech, but it was actually more when we were doing the IQPs in terms of infrastructure projects in the province. I see under Program 2. 2.15 infrastructure project assessments. That's not the APP. The number of infrastructure project assessments, and that's indicated at 50. And then similarly on 2.17, the departments assessed on infrastructure planning and performance. Number of departments assessed on infrastructure planning and performance. So that relates to infrastructure planning and performance and infrastructure project assessments. It's something that has been red flagged by the Auditor General in the PFMA's last year's report about the actual planning and execution of infrastructure projects. Can we just get an indication from Treasury on 2.15 and 2.17? 50 infrastructure project assessments. What will those infrastructure project assessments actually entail? Is it physically going to inspect those infrastructure projects? How are they going to be assessed? And similarly with the assessment on the planning and performance of infrastructure at the departments, precisely what does those output indicators entail that the department has set there for themselves? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Pretorius, HOD and the team.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In terms of the 50 infrastructure projects assessed, here as Provincial Treasury, together with National Treasury, I will qualify the National Treasury part, Chairperson. On quarterly basis, we do site visits to various projects within the province. So the assessment that we are doing it in line with what we call infrastructure reporting model, wherein the details of each and every project is being captured. So out of that, we always have a theme. Sometimes we'll look at projects that are not completed on time as well as on budget. Sometimes we'll also look at projects that have been completed just to go and look at the quality of the work. So that is the first part. The second part, in terms of the planning, Chairperson, together with Department of Public Works, we are doing planning on the project. From our side, we assist department with the planning in a form of IDMS, which is Infrastructure Delivery Management System, wherein we will assess the planning of the documents by department from various stages of the IDMS. Now, what we also do in terms of performance on quarterly, in fact, on monthly basis, in the IRM, which is infrastructure reporting model, we assess performance and we also report this performance to the National Treasury. But coupled to that, on quarterly basis, we are also having assessment in terms of performance of each and every project, wherein the MEC for Finance would then be chairing this meeting, just to highlight areas of concern as well as the benchmark. Last year, we even had an engagement with AGSA, but in the main, we were addressing projects that are implemented by Public Works, which are not doing well on behalf of Department of Education and Health. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Jody. Honorable Khaurikwe. And then I see Honorable Joyous, you will come in. I think you have a follow-up. Oh, then, and Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and greetings to everyone. Let me welcome the report. Chairperson, mine is on the last presentation. The report said the laptop not received on time. Maybe if you can get the reason, what is the reason of the delayed? And the last one on their recommendations, they said the vacant will be filled soon. Maybe if we can get the time frame on that, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Whip, HOD and the team.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, starting with the laptops, in terms of the procurement of ICT-related items, we usually, in fact, we are compelled to procure ICT-related equipment through SETA. So we have placed orders for the computers, but the delivery did not take place. And as a result, we could not spend that money. However, Chairperson, we have requested the rollover because there's a firm commitment in terms of this expenditure. Chair, I would request Mayor Aniki to deal with the one fulfilling of the post because I was not 100% sure which specific post so that I can address it correctly, Chairperson. But I would really request that maybe our head of corporate service go straight to the issues. From my side, Chair, there has been a delay in terms of filling of the post owing to the process that we have taken specifically around verification of the qualifications as well as issues relating to criminal records. We still follow the normal process, but before we appoint, we then take this to other stakeholders to also assist us in terms of the verification of qualification as well as criminal records and other concomitant matters. So in most of the cases, that's where the delay is. But I would allow Mayor Aniki to also add. Thank you very much, Chair. With your leave, Chairperson.
Thank you, HOD and the team. I want to commend you on increasing that number of the infrastructure assessment to 40, from 40 to 50. And we also welcome as the committee the issue to say that you are increasing the number of women representatives from 43 to 50 on SMS. And also as well, the increment to include all the municipalities from 10 to all municipalities on debt, on revenue and debt collection program. We welcome those initiatives. It means that the department led by the MEC, they are indeed working with us and listening to us on the issues that we pick up on our work on oversight and say that we need to prioritize or strengthen to look at these particular issues. And then we thank you, MEC, for your leadership in Treasury, and the HOD as well. We thank you for your leadership there in that department. Then we release the officials of Treasury. HOD, you are still with us. Let's move to Distia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, we can start with the finance, how we have basically performed. Chairperson, with your permission, I would request that the CFO deal with that, Chairperson.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening, Chairperson, honorable committee members, as well as the HOD and the MECs present and all the officials. I'm quickly going to go through the financial performance of the department. I'll quick go to the next slide. Chair, as at the end of the financial year, we still had 4 programs. As we know that if effect from the 1st of April, environment is no longer with the department, is now with the DARDEA. So, but as we report on the 4th quarter, we'll report including environment. And then when you look at the program performance, in administration, we were sitting at my apologies, Chair, we were sitting at 105%. We are overspent on administration on the 4th quarter. The reason for that is the problem that we've been reporting throughout the years with regards to our fleet throughout the province, where it depends on the usage and the leasing of fleet with regards to the needs at the different resorts and reserves. But we were able to close that down with the savings that we had come the end of the financial year. And then when you look at the environment, we're sitting roughly at 95%, which is 5% below the norm. The reason there of that particular underachievement is because of the fact that there are infrastructure projects that are sitting in the environmental affairs. As at the end of the financial year, there were work that was still continuing, where payments were not yet processed as at the end of the quarter, but we're able to pay that in the new financial year, but we requested the rollover to be able to address the possible the spending in the current financial year, so that that is not taken into account, but taken into account as per the rollover that we have requested. And then the economic development, we're sitting at 92%. With regards to economic development, that is where the budget for the entities as well as the SMME support is sitting. You see that is 8% below the norm. The reason for that is that under SMME support, as a result of the audit findings, that before your support, you have to do a due diligence to ensure that the businesses exist, as well as the feasibility of the proposals that we have received. That in itself delayed a bit in terms of the actual amounts that were transferred, but the amounts were transferred in the new financial year, but we requested the rollover, obviously with evidence from the Provincial Treasury, just to indicating the reasons that we had to conduct due diligence before everything is, or the funds are transferred to individual SMMEs. Under tourism, it's so 87%. The reason for that is that there are few positions of the director and few positions of deputy directors under tourism, which was vacant but budgeted for, but were not filled during the financial year under review, which is the 31st of March 2027, and as well as few projects that were still going on as at the end of the financial year, but paid in the current financial year, and then as part of the rollover that we have requested. I think the overall picture of the department is that the department was sitting at 97% in terms of the spending of the budget. I've explained here in terms of per program, what were the red flags in terms of the underspending or overspending, especially when you look under environmental affairs as well as the other programs. And then when you look at economic classification, I just want to pick few. COE generally is because of the positions which were budgeted for but not yet filled as at the end of the financial year. Goods and services were almost sitting at 100%, and then the transfers and subsidies 95%. That 5% is as a result of what I've alluded to in terms of the SMME support, of which funds were transferred in the new financial year, but we've requested the rollover. And then public corporations and enterprises is the budget for FDC, Maluti-a-CZ, as well as the little portion of enterprise support is 92%. Is the same explanation to say, look, some of the transfers in terms of the SMMEs were delayed with regards to that. And then under household share, we received additional funding of 5 million with regards to the early retirements. Those officials that applied for early retirements, but the payments were processed in the new financial year. Hence, it may look like we're sitting at 71. It's because the payments were, with regards to that, were processed in the new financial year. And then when you look at the building and other fixed structures, is the portion of infrastructure where I've alluded to the fact that some of the work did not yet was not yet completed as of the 31st of March, but paid in the current in the new financial year. But the rollover requests have been made to the provincial treasury, so as the budget under the machinery and equipment. But overall, as I've said, is 97%. And then when you look at the transfers to or the revenue performance share, the budget is 32.9 million. Out of that budget of 32.9, we have selling of game of 15.8 and an accommodation of 8.5. When you look at the performance, a sale of game, we are almost 100%. I just want to correct here under accommodation. It's 4.9 million instead of 12 million. I just want to correct that error, which translates that to almost 50% in terms of the accommodation. I think the reason for a low performance of almost 50% under accommodation is the flow of the tourists in our resorts and reserves. Is not at the level at which we would like as a department because of number of issues with regards to the state of some of the resorts. We know that at Sunfeld, we're even erecting the swimming pool so that we can improve on the revenue enhancement, as well as the few ablution blocks there as part of our revenue enhancement strategy. But we do hope that in terms of the plans that we put in place with marketing and advertising of the resort and also buying the furniture, they will go a long way in ensuring that we, to a certain extent, attract the tourists in different resorts that are remaining with the department. Next slide. This is just the transfers to the public entities. We transferred everything in terms of the funds that were allocated to them by the end of the financial year. The next slide. Chair, that is the financial performance of the department as at the 31st of March, and then I will hand over to the colleagues for non-financial performance. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope the presentation is visible.
Yes, it's visible, Dr. Derek.
Thank you. I'm going to focus on areas of underperformance very, very briefly. In Program 1 administration, we did not experience any underperformance for Q4. When we move on to Program 2, environmental affairs and conservation, under environmental policy planning coordination, we did underperform in Q4 on the number of municipalities supported on climate change interventions. However, I need to point out that we have already achieved in previous quarters our target, which was 5, so we have 5 out of 5 there. Still under planning and coordination, the number of legislative tools developed, the target for Q1 was 1. We did unfortunately not achieve there, and that was because the service provider that we were using submitted a document to us, but the review of that document is still ongoing and will be finalized in the current quarter. Moving on to environmental quality management, percentage complete waste management licenses. We did not receive any license requests or applications from municipalities in Q4, and the reason obviously is demand driven. And then the same goes for atmospheric emission licenses. we had no opportunity to demonstrate. In other words, we did not receive any license applications for AELs. Still under quality management, number of S24G applications finalized. The target was 4. We only achieved 1, and that is demand driven. And then when we come to biodiversity, Chair, here I want to point out that historically and still ongoing is an area where we are experiencing a huge lack of human resources due to attrition. Percentage of state, the MED score for state protected areas, we did not achieve. Target was 83. We achieved 68.8% due to a lack of human resources. The number of hectares cleared of invasive alien species, the target was 5,000 hectares. We achieved 3,874. Number of hectares on the conservation estate, we wanted to add 200 hectares in the 25-26 financial year. Unfortunately, we could not achieve that target. Then under empowerment services, environmental awareness activities, we did not achieve the 30 for Q4, but I need to point out that our target for the year was 120. We overachieved with 141. And the number of work opportunities in the environmental sector, that's EPWP. Our target for the quarter was 450. We only achieved 435 because we could not verify some of those beneficiaries as at the end of Q4 due to their absence. Then moving on to Program 3, Economic and Small Business Development. Under Integrated Economic Development, number of enterprises supported to participate in trade agreements. We did not achieve the Q4 target, which was 2. However, when we look at the annual figure, target was 7. We achieved 13. And then under Economic Research and Planning, the number of ease of doing business interventions, we also did not achieve in Q4. However, we did achieve our annual target already if we add all the 4 quarters together. Then under Small Business Development, number of enterprises provided with business support through strategic partnerships. We did not achieve the Q4 target, but we have exceeded the annual target substantially during the other quarters. We achieved 1,562, and the same goes for youth business startups. We did not achieve in Q4, but we've exceeded again substantially the target that we have of 4. We supported 29. And the number of strategic sector projects implemented in collaboration with partners. Again, we didn't achieve Q4, but we have already exceeded our annual target, which was 5. We achieved 6 there. And still on the small business development, number of catalytic projects facilitated. Did not achieve the Q4 target, but we managed to achieve our annual target throughout all 4 quarters, 4 out of 4. Number of proactive inspections conducted on business compliance with various industry standards. The target for Q4 was 40. We achieved 12, and year to date, out of 150, we achieved 122. And the reason there it's demand driven, it's based on transgressions. And then number of consumer complaints resolved within 90 days. We fell short with 1 in terms of our target, which was 25. And that was due to some system complications that we had in the Q4. In Program 4, Chair, there was no underperformance in Q4, and that is the performance for Q4. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dirk. On the APP, focus on the changes.
I will just focus on, with your permission, Chair, on our priority areas for the year in which we are currently. So our mission, vision, and mission statement. I am going to take that the document has been read. I'm going to just skip through the environmental scan. We all know that we are in a very dynamic economic environment where the global economy and has a huge impact on the economy of the country and economy of the province. So when we look at our impact statements, we have now only 2 impact statements for the department. The first one is a transformed economy, and the second one is a capable, ethical, and developmental organization. So when we look at the transformed economy, the outcomes that we want to achieve is improved economic growth, sustainable job creation, increased private sector investment, inclusive economy and reduced cost of living, and increased tourism market share. These are the targets that we've set ourselves in our strategic plan. When we look at the capable and ethical developmental organization impact, our outcomes there is a workforce that's adequately transformed and representative. That's also an ethical workforce, a capable and professional workforce, and then we also want to achieve the outcome of good governance, compliance with legislative requirements, and effective financial management. These are the targets that we set in our strategic plan. I think they are self-explanatory. I'm going to ask the CFO to quickly go through the financials here on this table.
Thank you very much, Chair. This shares the total allocation for 26-27 for the department. As you can see, the data over the years, 24-25 it was 684. It went up a bit by 705,641 in 25-26. But in both financial years, that's when the program 2 was still here, environmental affairs. But when you look at 26-27 and 2 outer years, the program 2 is no longer here. Then it now is going down to 533,363 in 26-27, 542,868 27-28, and lastly 551,112 in 28-29. That is the allocation per program. But Chair, I must indicate that when you look at the remaining allocation, that allocation is not enough. I think we have said it as a department. In terms of now, we are only left with 2 core mandates, which is economic development as well as tourism. But when you look at tourism, it's only for policy direction, but the mandate lies with the FSGLTA in terms of tourism marketing and promotion. The bulk of the budget that is sitting under tourism as a program is with regards to the maintenance part of the budget that comes from environmental affairs, because we still have to maintain our resorts. And then when you look at the other program, core function, it's under economic development. But in actual fact, when you look at 259, you're almost talking about 150 million that is going to our public entities. But in terms of the core mandate, which is the SMME support and development, it's only almost 40 million with regards to that core mandate. In itself, the picture shows that, Chair, that there's not enough budget resources to be able to execute fully our mandate of economic development in the province. But we have planned to say, fine, now that we have this, let us still roll out our plans for the financial in terms of ensuring that we still to execute that mandate despite the financial resource challenges. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. Next slide.
Yes, I've already spoken about this, Chair, in terms of the allocation with regards to the enterprise support. The way I said, it's not adequate in terms of executing that mandate. Thanks, Chair. Yes, just that my apologies. If you go back, this is that budget that I'm talking about, Chair, in terms of the remaining allocation with regards to the maintenance of the resorts and reserves infrastructure, because what we have agreed with agriculture was to say, let the overall budget remain with the department, but we'll sign an agreement where you will still maintain the infrastructure that is at the reserve site of the different locations. The next slide. This is the allocation, as I've said, is almost 150 from that program 2 of economic development goes to our public entities. Next slide.
Thank you, CFO. Chair, when we look at Program 1 administration, these are the core outputs that we would like to achieve in this current financial year, and that is notable good governance and departmental compliance. We have achieved the clean audit in the 24-25 financial year, and we are holding our thumbs that we will be able to maintain it for the audit of 25-26. Improvements in service delivery programs through our service delivery improvement programs, ethical organizational culture, competent organizational workforce, support services for priority groups, strategic organizational communication, continuous business processes. We would like to improve and modernize our IT systems. Chair, this is also an area where we are struggling in terms of appropriate and sufficient finances. And then a healthy and physical, mentally well workforce and workforce transformation and representation. The specific targets is for these outputs are mentioned lower down in this presentation. This is the Program 1 allocation, as the CFO has said, 177 million for Program 1, and it's broken down as explained here. When we go into what is now called Program 2, Economic and Small Business Development, the outputs that we want to achieve is adequate entrepreneurial, non-financial support. Chair, and that is a specific area where we have increased our target for 26-27 substantially. In the main, due to our successes that we've had in the past with strategic partners, efficiently utilizing our local resources, capital formation support to enterprises, research, innovation, technological development support, local and international trade established, guided infrastructure development. Here we are not only talking about enterprises, but also guidance to other departments in the province as to how do we achieve optimal economic infrastructure within the province. The promotion of industrialization and localization, key focus area, especially on localization, and there is work going on with the Provincial Treasury in terms of localization. Enterprise competitiveness, productivity increased, but also cluster development. This is a program, the cluster development, that we actually achieved momentum in the previous financial year. And that is an area where we think we can create a lot of jobs and economic leverage for our enterprises in the province. Achieving a holistic enterprise growth path for our enterprises, reduced regulatory burdens is an area where we are placing increased emphasis. Chair, the cost of doing business in our province is exceptionally high as compared to other provinces, and we are doing work to try to decrease that cost. Reduced cost of living is a problem across the country. That is also one of our emphasis areas, especially coming from the MTDP. MSME supported financially. Chair, we would like to increase our targets here substantially, but obviously we have monetary limitations, as the CFO has explained. Protection of the Free State consumers, improve compliance with Consumer Protection Act through our awareness activities, and then accelerated investment. This is also an area where we are hoping that we can increase our targets, or where we've increased our targets, and we're hoping that we can attract the investment that the province so desperately needs. Program 2, the budget allocation here, as the CFO has explained, was 250 million. And then Program 3 is now tourism development. And here we will be focusing on outputs such as implementation of sector development initiatives in line with the Free State Tourism Sector Strategy of 2020-2030. Increased focus on niche market interventions, infrastructure maintenance initiatives, and that is where our resorts are coming into the picture. Again, funding is limited. We actually need additional funding for that. And we are in negotiations with the Provincial Treasury to allocate to us additional infrastructure enhancement allocation funding. Regional tourism promotion activities, there's a lot of work going into that together with the Free State Gambling and Liquor and Tourism Authority, especially in the Eastern Free State areas. Tourism safety initiatives, Chair, is a very important area for tourism in the province. We want to create an environment that is safe so that we can attract tourists from across the country, but also international tourists. Community-based tourism initiatives, service excellence is something that we need to improve. We will not be able to attract the numbers of visitors that we want to if the quality and the excellence of service in our tourism establishments are not up to standard. Women in tourism supported, Chair, is an area where we have increased our targets as we are focusing on the priority groups. We feel that the role of women in tourism is something that we need to promote and support. Market access opportunities facilitated for tourism enterprises. We do not have necessarily our own funding for this, but we are capitalizing on funding that's available in national departments. Tourism-specific training, tourism activations, and that is a new area that we brought in, even though it's not a new activity. And the MEC is very passionate about tourism activations. And then the occupation rate of provincial resorts, we would like to improve it. However, as we've indicated that there are financial constraints, there's infrastructure work that needs to be done in order for us to be able to increase the occupancy rates. And the allocation for tourism is 106.371 million. In terms of budget vote injunctions or SOPA injunctions, the first one is I'm just going to focus on SOPA injunctions, accelerate the process to identify and assist women and youth to open factories. That is a priority area for us, and we are working hard to achieve that. Increase the number of jobs from the current 1,527 in the MAPSEZ. Obviously, in order for us to increase those jobs, we have to achieve investments. In order for us to achieve investments, we need to invest in the MAPSEZ, and that is also currently a sticking point that we as a province need to address. And then the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer for the MAPSEZ has been done. Dr. Musola is in our midst today. In terms of budget injunctions, all our indicators that is in this presentation are part of the budget vote injunctions that we've received from the Office of the Premier. In conclusion, the department is faced with an array of challenges, amongst others the following: personnel and critical skills deficits in crucial areas, eroding goods and services buying power, synergy between the different spheres of government. Chair, all the work that we are doing is being done within the municipalities, and then the local and global economic trends, poor basic services and public infrastructure, the high cost of living, excessive cost of doing business, as I've indicated, and then the impact of climate change and natural disasters, which is increasingly felt in the province, and with the predictions that there's droughts on the way. It's going to make our work and our lives even more difficult. That's our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dirk and the CFO. Let's move to 𝑠EZ, FSGLTA, then FDC the last.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the meeting, and I would like to greet the MEC and all honorable members of this joint committees. Chairperson, I'm going to allow Mr. 𝒐𝒏𝒕 to make the presentation on the SEZ. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CE, and good day, the chairperson and the members. I'm not sure if Chair, we needed to take the oath, or maybe I can just continue.
Ndademofokeng, were you present in the meeting? Because now, Dr. Mosula, this is a mistake. If the CFO did not, the CEO or CFO did not take an oath, and then you are giving him to present, it is wrong. You are not supposed to do that, Dr. Mosula. Because the CFO was supposed to take an oath. Let's start with you, Dr. Mosula, and then we'll come. Let's start with you. Do you have any presentation on the SCZ, or that the CFO is supposed to present all of them?
Yes, of course, for both. I have a CFO for the FDC and the CFO for the MAPSEZ to make the presentation, Chairperson.
Let's proceed. Let's put you aside for now because you are doing a mistake, Dr. Mosula. If the CFO did not take an oath, you are not supposed to grant him in this meeting. We'll have to take an oath on affirmation, CFO, but for now, let's put you aside. Let's proceed to FSGLTA. Then we'll come back, we'll put you the last.
Apologies, Chair. Thank you.
That is Siane.
Good day, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee members, the Honorable MEC, the Chairpersons of the Board, my colleagues. Chair, let me quickly project the Q4 presentation for our entity. Then after that, I'll go to the presentation of the APP. Chair, I hope the presentation is visible from everyone from my side.
Yes,
I have shared it.
Just do a slideshow. Yes, let's proceed. That is Siane.
Chair, for the Q4, we achieved 93% as directed by the Chair. I'll focus on those matters that we did not achieve and state reasons there. In regards to that, I think we could not conduct an economic assessment relating to program of Phakisa. I think one of the main reasons you will see in the presentation of the APP, based on how we projected and planned for Phakisa Raceway, other things they could not be achieved either due to the collaborations that we had planned and or maybe the expectation in terms of how we wanted to work. Our hope was that we could have a collaboration where an assessment would be conducted on the raceway to say what impact can it have towards the route of Machadeng and Province itself. The other two that we could not achieve, it's mainly based on the inspections. On the Q3, when I reported, Chair, under the operations, in terms of inspections, we had planned for the whole entire to have 1,864 compliance and enforcement inspections. Because during the Q3, there was a protected strike that took place for 7 days. It had an impact even before or after. So those are the issues in terms of Q4 that we could not. I'm not going to dwell too much on the key policy development, just to say that since we have amended the Act, we have seen improvement in terms of how we are operating, even though there's still a turnaround time in terms of how do we set, how do we adjudicate, and then how do we respond timeously to our registrants that have made lodgement on applications. In terms of SOPA injunctions, is just to indicate that us working with our mother department, I'm aware that now in the new financial year is Department of Finance and Economic Development, but we are still reporting on the fourth quarter, hence we are referring to it there as DST. Chair, I'll go straight to our revenue performance under the financial side. In relating to the 66 million that we had planned to collect on behalf of the province, we managed to collect 62 million. That is 95% of the actual revenue. I think reasons relating to that is we did manage to almost reach 100%. Actually, we did reach 100% in terms of liquor. Where we have came short, it's only based on casinos and horse racing and limited payout machines in terms of how we projected. But we have seen there's a new trend now where casinos, for a lack of a better word, people no longer go there physically, because now previously it used to be a leisure time where people would visit casinos and do the gambling. But then right now, this issue of online that we still need to regulate so that it can start reaping the rewards in terms of revenue and enhancement on behalf of the province. So we managed to collect 95%. I think in relating to Phakisa, don't be alarmed by the 285%. It's just that because we were aware that in the year, we only projected to collect just 20,000, but through other activities that happened in a year, we managed to collect just over 70,000. But then we are aware that each state and everything more can be done once the infrastructure can be up to standard and scratch. I'm not going to dwell onto the analysis of revenue. I've done the chair. In relating to the budget allocation, let me go straight to the expenditure. What we are indicating here is that when we first got allocated the budget, we received 103 million. Then during the adjustment budget in the third quarter, we received an additional 2.5 million, where the 2.5 million was dealing with the cost of living adjustment in terms of the payment of negotiation agreement, the settlement that was reached between the entity and now, and also we received 800,000 towards implementation of the new system. One thing that I did not record here, because it happened in the last week, it was subsequently the department also adjusted us with an additional 3 million. So what we had projected to be a shortfall, it has been reduced because we have received 5.5 million additionally to the 103 to deal with our accruals and budget pressures from the department. What we also took note is one thing that we are in agreement that we need to address is the issue of the COE, so that we can try to say at least the COE at West should be 65% of our total allocation. In terms of assets and payables and the goods and services, the reason you see the higher percentages on the last column, it's purely because of, as per the PFMA, we cannot budget in excess of what we have been allocated. So ours is to ensure that what we've been allocated, we budget within. Hence, we had to either put out 15,400,000 towards the capital and also 418,000 towards payables, whom we refer to as accruals. When the audit was finalized and conducted, our accruals was almost 10 million. Therefore, we always knew annually when we go into the new financial year, 10 million. But then it's something that over our projections, we are saying in a 3-year plan, we could be able to deal with those accruals over and above in a bigger picture. Once we can have 3 programs in terms of 4, we can be able to realize savings and other expenditures. Chair, in relating to the expenditure, that is that, like I've said, based on where we are as the entity, we are aware that there's new trends in terms of gambling that we need to also align ourselves in or bring it to par. The issue of online, we have been talking with Mpumalanga Economic Regulator and also Eastern Cape. They've also implemented it now. So currently we are aware of also what the Western Cape is doing. So we are trying to conduct a benchmark so that we also be there and try to ensure that the province benefit out of that issue of online gambling. And then other activities in relating to anything to revenue enhancement, we are also looking at that. And one thing also is to amend our act to check when or the new gambling modes over and above online, like the bingo, how do we bring them into picture? I think our challenges, they have been more or less the same, but we are waiting to ensure that we are trying to address it. And then with the help of our department, that is one thing that's looking positively. It will take time because we are also accepting the fact that for an animal is, though in terms of our budget, we are not as big as the elephant, but in terms of our mandate to regulate gambling sector, to enforce compliance, and also under liquor licensing, and also to ensure that we promote and market the province as a destination market. Those are huge mandates of which we take them as a privilege. We just need a budget and resource to ensure that all these things they are achieved. Chair, let me pause there. That is basically the FSGLTA presentation in relating to the non-financial and the financial information thereof. Chair, through your permission, if you allow, maybe I'll remove this presentation and project the APP and talk and focus on the programs and then what is the entity's plan for the new financial year. Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes, proceed, that is Siani.
Thank you very much. Just let me try to put it on the slideshow. Chair, I'm not going to go through, just to indicate how the APP we prepared it, the consultation with our department, because one program that we share is program of tourism, even though they are mainly focused on development as we are focusing on destination marketing organization, but we work together through collaboration. And then what is it that we are seeking to outline? I'm not going to talk about the mission and vision. It's based on the National Development Plan and everything and the Free State Development Strategy. Those are our governing legislations. I'm not going to talk about it. I think we've spoken about the amendment of the Act since May 2024, and then what is it that we have planned or achieved since that has been planned. In terms of the budget under the finances, as per the Blue Book, our projection remains the same for the outer years. And though we also accept and understand that there is no new money, but then we are also the first to say, for us to also be able to achieve our plans, perhaps a relook of how the entity is being allocated funds, it's something that would be welcome. Perhaps also maybe as and when we are introducing new revenue modes and new revenue strategy, the more we keep on trying to achieve the target, maybe that can also be done. But we also take cognizance that how do we ensure or plan that 103 it reaches in terms of our program. And these are our targets in terms of program 1 and to program 4. Without going too much into program 1, it talks about M&E. Our M&E is relatively trying to ensure that we comply. We are always submitting things on time. In terms of every other thing thus far, it's something that we are indeed trying to ensure that that is achieved. In terms of under security, I think one thing that we are emphatic about is the issue of ethics. It's an issue of anti-corruption campaigns. I think over the past 2 years, we have become aware that our entity, there's a new trend where these new applications, there's an instigator or there's a syndicate that's out there trying to extort money from people by spreading the wrong information that for you to get your license application, there's a particular amount that needs to be paid. And we are the first one to indicate that no, we need to do more on education and awareness, that we tell our people. We've gone out on media statement to say, you must just come first Friday of the month, make an application. Within 90 days, the board should have adjudicated. Then we should be communicating with you the results of the board within that. The other issues is in terms of internal audit. That's to ensure that we enhance internal controls. And then I've spoken about issue of risk management. And then in terms of communication, what we are also doing, we are aligning ourselves with the program or Office of the Premier through Communicators Forum to say we need to be in a position to say once we also communicate something, we also communicate what the province is also communicating, including our department. It's just that synergy that needs to go into place. And then finance and supply chain, at the heart of it is to ensure that we submit credible financial statements, we pay our suppliers on time, irrespective of our cash flow, and then, of course, to improve our audit outcome. And then under corporate services, employee wellness would always come first. Issues of legal and then litigation, they are at the core of our business. Those are one things that we are putting our pulse on. And then this is our core program of gambling and liquor. We would continue to conduct revenue audits under gambling. We would continue to conduct compliance audits on all our operators to ensure that that revenue that the province needs, we also enhance it. Under issues of compliance enforcement and liquor licensing, this is also where I'm saying, Chair, if you look at our target, I think we are the first to admit in terms of our database, our registrants that we have almost 6,000 registrants that are legal, that are operating legal. But when you look at our targets annually, it's less than 2,000. It's a problem in that, Chair. You find an instance that should the board approve an application of 𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕𝒐𝒍𝒊𝒐 today, we run the risk of not going to the same premise in a year or 2 years because of the resources. Now, what it does is we will not be in a position to ascertain if 𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕𝒐𝒍𝒊𝒐 is still sticking to the same conditions, if 𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕𝒐𝒍𝒊𝒐, for a lack of a better word, doesn't conduct any other illegal business except selling of liquor or even changing of the structure and everything. So ideally, we should be able to visit all our registrants once a year, given the resources, including the vehicles that we use and the human resource. But it's something that we are working with SAPS, those programs that we embark on. Sometimes they do assist so that we are able to achieve. The issue of tourism, the plans are there. The main issue is the budget, but we are trying, and then we are working with assistance of the department to say, with what we are having, how do we ensure that we maximize it? How do we ensure that we indicate of telling people to say, come to the province because it's not a drive-through, but we want overnight stays. We want to assist our guest houses to be registered through Tourism Business Council. We want to ensure that all these hidden gems, people know about them and then they visit them. With regards to the program of Phakisa, ultimately we call it now meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions, with a plan that, because we are aware that these 4 programs, we can be in a position to make them 3 and bring Phakisa to program 3. Here we are saying 2 things: to ensure that there's market access for product owners, and then the new frontier is that once there are conferences, meetings, and exhibitions that are coming to the province, we should be in a position that we must take them out to do other tourism activities. We must be in a position to say, if there is a conference of any sort, be it a church, be it a business, or be it a government, that takes place at Kharib, we must go and show them over and above the Kharib Dam and the resort, because we are aware of there are footprints of Anglo-Boer War of Germans. We must invite them to that place so that they can also see and know about where their forefathers have rest, over and above the issue of Eagle Route of Clarence, because that one already by itself, at least we are being able to attract. So, Chair, I think in relating to our challenges, it remains issue of Phakisa Raceway, but then the plans are there. The matter is at EXCO. So I thought I should only focus on the programs in terms of what we are planning today, to say for the new year, it's our wish that we want to do more compliance and enforcement so that under the liquor sector, we are able to put our hand on the pulse to see all these challenges relating of illicit liquor, of this illegal trading. How do we work with the municipalities and shebeens to ensure that that space we are able to cover it sufficiently? Under gambling, illegal gambling, it's an issue. We are also talking to universities to say this issue of gambling, how does it affect our students, especially who gets money from NFSAS? We are talking with National Gambling Board and South African Gambling Responsible Foundation to assist on that. Under the tourism, besides our department, we are also talking with South African Tourism and Sun Parks to say we are aware of these new products over and above the recent product of Khodumodumo. How do we ensure that that one of Lake Kharib, we bring it to life? How do we ensure that others that we have planned in terms of cable car at the area, including Lesotho and KZN, those new products they bring life, so that once they are here, the province would be in a position to reap the rewards in a longer run. The only thing that I've always said, in the beginning, we might require resources in terms of budget, but once everything is there and implemented, we'll start seeing the fruit of the province. Chair, I hope I did not take enough of the 15 minutes that you have alluded to. That is our presentation from the entity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ndadesiane. Very concise presentation, straight to the point. Let's now take, we are left with 2 entities, honorable members. FDC, who said SCZ will come last.
Chairperson, let me just indicate, unfortunately, Chair, this is my first meeting of the Portfolio Committee. I must apologize, Chairman, that I was not aware that also my colleagues who are doing presentations needed to take an oath. So with your permission, Chairperson, they are both ready to take an oath before they can make the presentation. In the future, Chairperson, I will make sure that I do not interrupt your meeting in this way. My sincere apologies.
Thank you, Dr. Masula. I want to check. Honorable Klute is the one that assists us when Mayor 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂 has just requested to be released, because we had thought that we have taken everyone officials to do an oath or an affirmation before speaking. Honorable Klute is still on the platform.
I am Chairperson.
Yeah, can you assist us with, I think the officials, both of FDC and SEZ, they have not taken an oath. So can you just assist us to take them through the process? Dr. Mosula, please assist Honorable Tlute with the names of those officials who has to take an oath or affirmation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. With your permission, we will start with Mr. 𝒐𝒏𝒕, who is the CFO of Maluti-a-Phofung SEZ. He's on camera, Chairperson. Thank you.
Should I continue, Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Tlute.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon rather. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Can I take the oath, Chairperson?
Sure. Are you standing? I'm not seeing whether you're standing.
I'm sitting down.
Please stand. And you said you're going to take an affirmation.
Yes, yes. I'm going to take the oath.
Okay, the oath. Okay. Do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do, Chairperson.
Please state your full names for the record.
𝒐𝒏𝒕.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think is that the only person?
The next one, Chairperson, is Mr. Limpane. Mr. Limpane, please put your camera on.
Doctor, where is Mr. Limpane?
Mr. Limpane Mukalani, please put the camera on.
Yes, good evening, Chair. Good evening, Dr. Msula. I'm trying to switch it on. I'm a bit challenged. It's okay. Record open, settings, accessibility, video effects. Yeah. Is it on? Can you see me, Chair? It's not on. It's not switching on.
You are not on. Give us another official, Dr. Msula, while he's still trying to fix.
That's the second and last official, Chairperson.
So it's for both the SEZ and FDC.
That is correct, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Tate Limpane, are you winning?
I'm trying, Chair. I'm asking someone to help me. I'm trying. I surely have to win.
Okay. In the meantime, let's take the SEZ to give us their presentation.
Please,
then we'll come back to you. Thank you. The CFO, 𝒐𝒏𝒕, take us through the presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to you and the members. Chairperson, I will go through the first report, which is the fourth quarter performance report in terms of the non-financial information. Chair, in terms of the first target, in terms of revenue, we managed to achieve that. And if we go to the second one on the number of signed investors, we're not able to achieve that, Chairperson, at the end of the fourth quarter. Then, Chairperson, the third one in terms of the operational investors there, we're supposed to be 9 at the end of the fourth quarter. We were only 7, Chairperson, where now we didn't achieve that one. Then, Chairperson, the next one is in terms of the investment value of 1.5 billion, of which we only achieved 1.4 billion, Chair, at the end of the fourth quarter, which we didn't achieve that kind of the target, Chairperson. Then, Chair, the one on the security, we managed to achieve that in terms of the 11 controls which we have put in place for security in the park. Then, Chairperson, the next one on the sewer plant, we are not able to achieve that due to the issues of the financial resources, Chairperson. Then the other one in terms of the reservoir, also Chairperson, on that one we're not able to really achieve due to the issues of the budget, where Chairperson, we didn't have sufficient kind of resources to be able to implement the target which we had put, Chairperson. The next one, Chairperson, was in terms of the recreation in the park for the water, in terms of the valves, the issues of the water meters in the park. Also, Chairperson, due to the issues of funding, we're not able to achieve that one. The next one, Chairperson, was also in terms of the power line, the kind of rim feed which we're supposed to also construct in the park. Due to the issues of resources, Chairperson, also we were not able to really achieve that one. Then the next one, Chairperson, was also the issue of decision room, also, Chairperson, the same reasons of the funding, including the one of the Hamas lights. We are only able to service the street lights, Chairperson, in the park. Same, Chairperson, with the one of the transformer, where there was a plan to have a direct connection to the ESCOM supply. Also, Chairperson, on this project, there were some kind of delays due to the funding. Then, Chairperson, the next one was the one on the solar park. Also, Chairperson, there were delays in terms of into this one. We'll only be able to have it implemented in the current financial year. Then, Chairperson, the one on the number of jobs, we were able to achieve this kind of target. And then the one on the vacancies, also, Chairperson, we're not able to also achieve due to the funding. Then, Chairperson, we are showing here the summary of the entire targets which were there, which, Chairperson, there were 12 that we had as the kind of targets by the fourth quarter, of which we had managed to achieve 5 of those. Then 7, Chairperson, were not achieved. So we were at 42%, Chairperson, for the fourth quarter. Chair, this is the end in terms of the one on the non-financial. If I can also present, Chairperson, the financial part of the report. On this one, Chairperson, in terms of the income, we're able to realize the entire income for the year, which was actually allocated to the SEZ. Chairperson, this were now in terms of the kind of maintenance, we were slightly kind of above the budget of 13 million, where we spend about 14 million, Chair, due to the issues of the maintenance in terms of power. In the park, Chairperson. Then, Chair, the one on the other costs, we also, Chairperson, in line in terms of the entire budget. Then, in terms of the capital expenditure, Chairperson, we also add around 98% of the budget for the year, Chairperson. Chair, that's actually the entire report in terms of the part on the finance. I don't know, Chair, if I can go ahead and have a presentation on the APP for the current financial year.
Yes, Dr. Mofokeng, and please focus on only the issues that requires us to have attention on.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I'll just share it quickly, Chairperson. Chair, in terms of the kind of the strategic goals for the park for the current year, the first one, Chairperson, is where now the focus was to stabilize the entity and have the operational kind of the independence, Chairperson, through transfer of control of the assets to the SEZ. And the other one, Chairperson, was in terms of infrastructure, the government and the kind of maintenance, Chair, that has to be done in the park, where the focus, Chair, is to deal with the bulk which we are having in the park in terms of the entire maintenance in the park, as well as the entire security in the park. Also, Chairperson, the issue of investment and kind of promotion to try and attract the investors, Chairperson, in the park, which is our key mandate. This Chair, are the three focus areas that we are dealing with in the current financial year. Chair, the issue of the revenue also is also there to ensure that Chairperson, we are able to grow the entire revenue of the park over the kind of period. Also, the number of the investors, Chairperson, that we are planning to have in the park over the period is also shown there, as well as, Chairperson, the value of the kind of the investment. We want to grow it, Chairperson, over the period from 1.4 to 3 billion, Chairperson, by the end of the entire period. Chair, I'll just pass these others. I think I did touch on some of them which we had to put forward due to the issues of funding, but they are also key, Chairperson, which I may have included in terms of the entire kind of the infrastructure, Chairperson, in the park, including the issue of the solar plant, as well as the same reservoir to build it, Chairperson, in the park, including the number of the jobs, Chairperson, we are also putting that as the key target in terms of the entire period, Chair. Chair, I think that's actually the key ones in terms of our plans for the current year, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Tate Mofokeng. Dr. Musula, we are going to 𝒕𝒐𝒓𝒕.
That is correct, Chairperson. 𝒕𝒐𝒓𝒕.
Honorable Klute, please assist us to with oath and affirmation on 𝒕𝒐𝒓𝒕. His camera is now on.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just trying to get the script here. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Klute.
Will you be taking an oath or affirmation?
An oath, please.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
Lempane Andrew Mukalake.
Thank you very much. Do you swear what you are about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
There you go, Chairperson. I'm finished.
Thank you, Honorable Klute. 𝒕𝒐𝒓𝒕, we must caution you. I'm not sure if as well it's your first time in this committee. It's Honorable Klute at all material times, not Mr. Klute. And then the only honorable member that we refer to, Dr. Honorable Jackelson as well. You can say Dr. Honorable Jackelson or Honorable Jackelson, but all members of the legislature are referred to honorables at all material times. You can take us through the presentation.
Noted, Chair, Honorable Chair. I would like to try and flight the presentation for the corporation, trying to share my screen. I don't know if honorable members can see my screen. If possible, can any of the members confirm?
We see it.
Yeah. I'll try to start with the financial performance of the corporation for Q4. I'll go straight into the presentation, taking into consideration that the presentation has been shared with the honorable members. I'll just highlight the issues that I think these are the key issues that we can simply go through. And if there are any questions in relation to that, then we'll take it from there. The corporation for just the Q4 managed to raise a revenue of roughly 76 million. For year to date, 222 million against the budget of 264, which means that we a little bit lower than what we anticipate to raise for the year. Our cost of sales amounted to 98 million. 67 million against the budgeted cost of sales of 98 million. That is as a result of the write-backs that we received from municipalities with regards to the rates and taxes. That's why it's extremely low. And other income we budgeted for the year, 21 million. Unfortunately, we were sitting at 4 million as at the year end. And we end up sitting with an actual total income of 169 million against the targeted of 187 million, meaning that we are under by about 18 million. Expenses for the corporation, we are sitting at a total expenditure of 207 million against the budgeted expenditure of 166 million. Our operating expenses are quite high. We budgeted 44 million and we end up sitting with about 106 million. Our compensation of employees, we are sitting with 88 million and we budgeted 94 million. The finance cost, which is our interest that we incurred from all the municipalities and CENTRAC, we are sitting at 63 million against the target of 89 million. The write-offs at least assist us to a certain extent, meaning that the corporation as at year end, we are sitting at a loss of 101, vis-a-vis a loss of 68 that we projected as and when we prepare our budget. That is the first part of the presentation. We also want to give members, honorable members, an overview of the corporation's cash flow. We are saying the total cash inflow for the year, we managed to collect 132 million, and the total expenditure is 142 million. I just want to highlight to members, this is actual in and out of cash, no non-cash movement, pure cash. An average monthly collection is about 111 million. An average monthly expenditure will go roughly 11 million, 11.8, which is almost 12 million. And we are sitting at an average loss of a monthly 800,000. So that is one thing that I want the members to appreciate. I'll skip the next slide, which is actually the 6 months cash flow analysis, and saying on our outflow, to make members appreciate what is it that we are paying, will indicate which big ticket items which are causing the corporation to bleed. COE is sitting at a total of 98 million. Within that particular COE, will have FDC employees and will have the issues of security, which we had an issue with before. And when it was finalized, we are sitting with total cost of securities of 14 million, which is part of manpower. Hence, it's sitting at 98 million. And other expenditure, which is at top of the agenda, based on the arrangement that we have, as I've indicated, we are dealing with outflows only. 8 million was paid to Mangaung for the year. Auditor General was given plus or minus 664 million, and legal and collection fees cost us 5.5 million. SARS, we have paid SARS to date based on the arrangement that we are having with SARS, 4.7 million. Professional fees is 4 million, and repairs and maintenance is 3.6 million. Our internet is 3.2 million. Disbursement to SMME, which is our CAPEX, is 1.1 million. Training and development, which is the project of UIF, it's 824,000. The 4 million, 4.2 that you see at the bottom, it's made up of small ticket items. So we cannot let it slide. We just need to highlight, but it's going to make a long list. We combine together and say other small payments. Then if we move down, this is the billings that we normally do on loan versus actual. So it's not as on rental. Just to give a brief indication as how much we bill and how much we receive on a monthly basis. For quarter one, we billed total of 43 and we only received 29. Quarter two, 52, we only received 35. Quarter three, we billed 59, we only received 34. So 51, we only received 32. So that's basically how we deal with our rental portfolio in terms of billing and receipt. Then we go to the creditors summary level. Creditors and debt analysis, the government departments in default. I think this has been highlighted for a number of years. We have plus or minus 89 million, which is sitting in our debtors books, which is in relation to SMMEs who were provided with funding and based on the strength of having a security or a session with the government departments. Nonetheless, those SMME were paid directly and we are actually unable to recover. The attempts to try and collect, and we are still dealing with this particular matter to this date. The second one, debt owed to FDC clients, rental loans in government. The tenants are owing us 750 million. Loans we are sitting with a balance of 345 million. We're talking a billion in totality. And the institutional liability, we are talking about FDC owes money to municipalities, we owes money to electricity supplied, which is your Centrelec, audit fees, SARS, and all that. We're sitting at, in total, 1.4 billion of all these particular amounts that we are owing. So these are the issues that I wanted to honorable members to appreciate. The same slide below is actually giving an indication of that particular amount. Debt recovery plan, these are the activities. Overview of analysis of collection rate. I don't think I will touch on that, and the high level slide is touching on that one. This is overview of analysis of collection rate, basically in terms of percentage month to month. So that's basically what we normally do. The strategy, key challenges faced by the collection team, inconsistency of data, which they've managed to a certain or to a larger degree to try to sift it through to ensure that we are sitting with the correct data to date. Inadequate correspondences, meaning that the emails that were provided, it's no longer the emails that's supposed to be with the system. They've also made some strides in it. They are working on it tirelessly to try and make sure that we communicate the balances to relevant people at the relevant time. A static customer priority, yeah, English is gone again, Honorable Chair. Prioritization. That's basically the way. Recovery strategy. Thank you, Chair. And Chair, on a debt recovery strategy, I think it's safe to say we have a team of different departments addressing the issues of the challenges that we're sitting with as far as debt collection is concerned. So I won't be going through the individual activities as stated. I'll just say we have a team of a credit department, legal, and micro, small, and medium enterprises and property management dealing with these particular issues to try and ensure that we collect at least 80 to 90%. They have devised a strategy, and we want to believe when it's fully implemented, we'll be in the position to move forward. This is same as above, it's activities to that one. We don't have to dwell each individual line item to indicate. Like I said, I take it as read. Members will raise issues around that if they want to. I think when we come to unwanted expenditure or irregular and fruitless expenditure, we have a reconciliation whereby we are saying the opening balance was 110, movement for the additions 114 million. Closing balance, we are sitting at the 225. The 109 included as a result of the forensic investigation on the MAPSEZ project relating to 2016-2017 to 2018-2019 financial year. The amount were included as per the recommendation of the AGSA. The 5 million relates to the irregular expenditure that was confirmed during the 2023-2024 financial year. These are invoices are received during the 2025-2026 financial year. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the 60 million that you are seeing, it's as a result, which is the addition to the opening balance of 561 million. It's as a result of interest that we are paying to the following entities: SARS, Auditor General, 𝑚etsimaholo, Centrelec, Mangaung, and Maluti-a-Phofung. Safe to say, we have highlighted or raised the issue with Treasury to say FDC is a government enterprise. The FDC is government in business. It does not operate like a department. Interest to FDC might not necessarily be fruitless and wasteful expenditure because we are forced to make means to make payments to our creditors, whereby we are unable to, we defer payment to later stage, and that particular payment will attract interest. PFMA is very specific for departments because they are given a specific amount of money for a specific service or goods. So it is an issue that we are trying to engage with Treasury, and we'll see how far we get on this particular matter. But we wanted to highlight that it's basically interest that we are accruing on the following entities. Overdue account, the challenges that we're experiencing overdue account as a result of current financial distress. Provincial Treasury was requested to assist with training BEADS members to address the issues of irregular. The training was aimed to eliminate or reduce mistakes done during the BEAD committees, meetings, sittings, and all that. That is basically all the issues in summary for how we are trying to address these challenges that we are faced with. Remedial action, I think I've already touched on a few of them above as and when I go through the presentation. FDC has established Revenue Enhancement Committee. Like I said, we have credit, we have legal, we have macro, small and medium enterprise department, including property, dealing with the issue of how to increase our collection percentage. FDC already identified tenants who will be ejected from the properties, meaning who will be evicted. FDC ended the 2026 financial year with agreements entered between Mangaung municipality to ensure that the historical debt is reduced, and it will further engage all remaining municipalities. As I've alluded to the honorable members, that our cost of sales was, we managed to underspend based on the write-offs that was done by municipalities, Mangaung being the bigger one. Those are the remedial action plan that the corporation has actually undertaken. I don't think I have to read through all the slides as they are. That will be the end of the fourth quarter financial performance, honorable members. If the honorable members allows me, if there are no questions on the financial performance, I can move straight to the APPs.
That didn't ban.
Honorable Chair.
Meeting was wow.
My apology, Honorable Chair.
Meeting present.
My
Honorable
apology.
members, they will have questions when all presentations have been tabled. So now, present the APP. Leave the issue of
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm going straight to the APP. Just to confirm if honorable members are able to see my screen. I've been having challenges with this laptop today, so I need to confirm whether honorable members are with me or not on this one.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair of, we have plus or minus 9 programs, and we have the total number of 27 targets that we targeted for the 2025-2026 financial year. Of the 27, we managed to achieve fully 12, and the ones that we did not achieve is 15. So the percentage of achievement is 44 based on that particular slide. If I were to go in individual targets, I'll start with the administration, human capital, which is our HR. The target will be to, we want to build a capable, ethical, and developmental organization. And we are hoping to achieve a capable and professional service, a professional public service. Annual target is 60%. The fourth quarter target is 20%. The actual is 22%, and there's no deviation. We actually achieved on this particular one, overachieved. When we go to administration, we go to finance, improve governance and performance of public entities, financial viability and sustainability. Annual target, reduction of municipality debt by 1%. Fourth quarter target, which is the 1%, we are actually below 1%. We are 0.64% on this particular one. The main reason being cash flow. The reason why I decided to take members through our cash flow for the year is actually to indicate that why we are sitting where we are, because it has a direct impact on our creditors, and were unable to achieve this particular target because we are unable to service the current invoice for the municipalities and for all the municipalities. In fact, we were making payments towards the arrangement, but not servicing the current invoice. Current ratio, the annual target is 11%. The fourth quarter, which it's an annual target, basically, it's 11%, and we managed to get 7%. Inadequate cash flow, it's also always the results for us, because we are not paying our liabilities, and our liabilities are increasing. We paying the agreement amount or the payment plan or arrangement amount, but we are not paying the actual invoice for the month. We are struggling to get to that particular level of saying pay both the current and the arrears. Then program 2, administration, still under finance. Asset turnover, we annual target of 40%, 0.40%, and fourth quarter is also 0.40%. We've managed to get 15%. I think they made a mistake there. It's actually lower. It's 0.15% inadequate cash flow to that one. In actual fact, if we are not able to ensure that we use our asset effectively to give us enough revenue, because for us to be in a position to do that, we need to be in a position to have properties that are in good state to attract tenants, and tenants who are willing to pay, and increase in our collection. So that is where our bigger problem is. And percentage return on average total asset, we targeted 16%. It's an annual target, and actual for the quarter is 7%. We have challenges as far as cash flow is concerned. It's the main reason for all of that. And as far as finance is concerned, we have improved external audit outcome, which is the annual target as well. We are currently under review by the Auditor General. We are not 100% sure what will be the outcome. We are working hard to make sure that it's a favorable outcome. If we happen to win, we'll definitely get what we targeted, which is unqualified audit opinion, but we are working hard on it. Reduce the qualification paragraph. We were saying they were quite high the previous year. We want at least to reduce it to at least 3. We are awaiting the management report. Hopefully by next week, we'll engage on from next week onwards, we'll start engaging on the management letter to see how many paragraphs are there, how many we can reduce. But we are a bit hopeful that we might actually achieve this one as well. Then administration and the credit and risk. We are saying we want to ensure that cash collected as a percentage of rental billing. We actually targeted 70% per annum. And fourth quarter, 70%, we've actually achieved 64%. Availability of electricity and water causing clients to lose orders create a challenge for those clients to pay us. So it's a catch-22 situation. They are saying if we are not making money, we are unable to pay you. We are also going to defer payment to you. Cash collected as a percentage of loan book, we targeted 85%. We actually collected 112%. The January March payments were increased by loans payments. These were on a once-off amounts over the second quarter. The last target on this one is the implementation of the policy. 100%. The actual is 100%, no deviation. Administration and IT, a percentage of systems modernized. We targeted to modernize 100% of our systems. Actual is 100% of systems updated, no deviation. There's no reason for that for us to put. Percentage of findings resolved based on our AG assessment of our systems. We want to ensure that we resolve 100% of all the findings because of the importance of the IT systems. we actually achieved actual of 78% of AGSA recommendations were implemented. So we achieved 78%. Then I think the remaining 22% is under discussion, whereby when we have a disagreement with AG, it becomes a protracted engagement on this particular matter. So we'll see how far we get to ensure that we implement 100%. SCM, a percentage compliance with public procurement law. We report quarterly. Annual target is 100%. Actual achieved, it's actually 100%, no deviation. Skills, administration skills and development. We have indicator number of learners, unemployed, free status, completing skills program. Annually, we targeted 3,000 learners to complete the training program, unemployed learners. Fourth quarter as well is 3,000 targeted. We've managed to train 2,844. The delays by the funder in identifying beneficiaries or learners caused us not to achieve this particular target. We do not identify learners. The funder is responsible for that particular exercise. Number of jobs opportunities facilitated annually, we targeted 3,400. We have only managed to facilitate 2,844, which is the same reason as the one above. Trade and investment. Number of investors attracted quarterly from quarter 2. Annual target is 5. Quarter 4, we targeted 2. Quarter 4 actual is 3. So investment in pipeline were realized. All other investment in pipeline were realized. That's why we achieved at least 3. Then the rest will remain in the pipeline. Target 2 for investment is number of markets to access initiative facilitated, expos, training, and exhibitions. We targeted 10. For quarter 4, we targeted 3. It was spread throughout the year, the 4 quarters of the year, but the actual for the year, it's 5. Planned export activities in the 4th quarter. The 4th quarter planned activities looks like they did not go through. I'll just have to confirm this one, okay? SMME finance, development and support. Number of SMME provided with loans. We targeted 20. Quarter 4, we targeted 5. Actual for quarter 4 is 1. Non-compliance with and delays with sessions and agreements by the departments and municipalities. Rent values of loans disbursed to SMMEs. We targeted 10 million. The actual for the quarter is 3.5 million. It's actually cash flow issue. The reason for underachievement is cash flow issue. Provided sustainability support. Number of SMME in financial distress supported. FDC clients, which is your tenants and your SMME clients. We targeted 2. We have achieved 3 for the quarter. Facilitated financial support for 3 rental clients, funds provided by DSTIA. Target 2, number of SMMEs provided with non-financial support. We targeted 400. Actual for the quarter is 109. Chair, I don't know if someone wanted to raise a question, or maybe one of the honorable. I'm getting some feedback. I'm not 100% sure if I'm the only one hearing it.
Proceed with the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Actual for the quarter is 109. High number of SME training conducted in Harib. For loans, for rental, we have actual of 50. The target for 4th quarter we achieved the target of 50. A number of new leases implemented into FDC industrial and commercial properties. Annual target is 50, but the fourth quarter target is 10. Well, the achieved actual for the quarter is actually 3. 12 applications in the final stages of lease implementation, not yet implemented, but we are finalizing it. 50 is outstanding. Property management, occupancy rate for commercial property, reporting quarterly, annual target being 70%. Fourth quarter target was 70%. We achieved 75.49%. Legalization of illegal tenants and implementation of lease audits increased the percentage that we targeted. Still at property, occupancy rate of industrial property portfolio, excluding beehives. We report on this target quarterly. Annual target is 70%. Fourth quarter target was 70%. The actual for fourth quarter is 56%. 12 applications in the final stages of lease implementation completion. Property management, occupancy of residential property. We report on this quarterly. Annual target is 70%. The fourth quarter target is 70%, and we have achieved actual of 73%. Legalization of illegal tenants and implementation of lease audit. Number of jobs retained in industrial parks. We report annually on this particular target. Annual target is 6,500. Fourth quarter target is 6,500. The actual achieved is for the quarter is 10,732. The favorable rental rates, which makes tenants to remain in FDC properties and not just cut jobs. That actually managed to ensure that we achieve this particular target. Target not achieved. Cash collected as a percentage of rental. Inavailability of electricity and water causing clients to lose orders. Asset turnover, inadequate cash flow. I've actually covered all of these under the entire presentation, the Chair. I don't know if Chair would like us to repeat it again because it's a repetition of what I've already done. Thank you very much on the performance, Chair. Information on the APPs.
Thank you, Dr. Limpert. Honorable members, those are the presentation for this 𝑭𝒊𝒏𝒕𝒔, the 𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕𝒐𝒍𝒊𝒐 this time around. Then I'm going to ask you, honorable members, as and when you raise your questions and then we get the replies, that at least state which entity or the department that you are, so that you are making it easier for our committee coordinators to capture the points clearly, including the responses by the entities. Can we observe hands, honorable members? Honorable Klute, you will come in, and then Dr. Honorable Jackelson, you'll be the second. Let's proceed in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now, I would just like to respond on the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, especially after a statement made by the gentleman from the FDC. We should be very careful of how we regard these wasteful expenditures. Now, a wasteful expenditure is actually money that was spent for which there is no value for money. In other words, it was either fruitless or it was wasteful. Now, I know, let's say 10 years ago, that we would have looked at some project that was paid for but never saw the light or whatever. Now, recently, we've seen a spike in interest and interest paid by either municipalities or departments or our entities. But it remains a wasteful expenditure. I mean, it's quite easy. You are spending money because you did not honor your payments. And that's where your money is going. So we should not be complacent and blind to the risk of interest, especially in the past few years, and the effect interest is having as fruitful and wasteful expenditure on the bigger picture, where the state is and government, but especially the state, is owing itself money. We should be very careful about that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Hluthe. Honorable Dr. Jackelson.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll be brief, and I want to just talk generally about all the departments that have presented. And the conclusion which I come to, Honorable Chair, is that government should not be doing business. We've seen with our resorts that they're struggling with maintenance. There should be public-private partnerships. Resorts should be run by the private sector. The private sector runs outside of government resorts very successfully. They bring in money into the province through tourism. They create jobs for people. And when government is involved, they can't do it. We also saw with the 𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕 resort, which was run privately, leased from government. The minute government said, we don't want you here anymore, we're taking over, that resort now has been taken over by nature and totally plundered. There's nothing left of it. And it brought in a huge amount of tourism and investment. And also it was a big job creator in that area as well. Chair, now we come to the FTC, exactly the same principle. They're trying to do business, and we heard of all the deficits every month and so, but then came the big bomb at the end. Boom, FTC owes 1.49 billion rand for electricity, VAT, SARS, municipalities, various other things. There's no way that this entity is going to get out of this trouble. Chair, we need to think outside the box. We need to decide whether this entity, which has an 84 million rand employee budget every year, and then they're still paying professional fees of 4 million. I don't know what's that for, because one would think that for 84 million, you'd be able to have staff who would be able to do the job. But it's just an ongoing entity that's draining money. It's not fulfilling its mandate. And we have to look at whether it still has a reason to exist, Honorable Chair. And until someone in the political office has the courage to do that and the will to do it, it's just the situation is going to get worse. We've seen it over the years, the decline in terms of what they owe. And in places like Maluti-a-Phofung, no one will invest there because the FTC buildings are so ugly. They're dilapidated, they're being plundered, and it's affecting even the possible investment in that municipality. And I'm sure there are other places as well, Chair. So I think as a committee, we need to engage with the political heads and the head department and decide, what is it that they want to achieve. And I just want to emphasize, government cannot do business. We've seen it with the Vrede Dairy project too. It's costing government money. And where the private sector is making money out of a venture like that, government is losing money, and it's taxpayers' money that's being lost, and there's very little to show for it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Jackelson. Honorable Chief Whip.
Chairperson, I think the issue that the Jackelson is raising is not. I would say that it's a subjective matter in relation to whether government can run business. From my point, I would say that it's business that is destroying government that is run by a business that is run by government. And then even the people who are involved in running those state-owned enterprises are people who are sent by business to destroy those state-owned enterprises, because you can't have a situation where an institution like FTC which FDC is something that evolved from an entity that was run by a Bantustan, and it did not have problems. It is only now that FDC is accumulating those problems under this democracy. But like Dr. Jankelson is saying, it's a matter that needs discussions and deep discussions, because if you say you want development, private sector cannot develop the nation. It has its own role in society, and government has its own role. It's something that really needs discussions. But my issue with SEZ, from time to time, there's this issue of the street lights that comes in their reports. I don't know what is an issue about the street. The other time we were concerned about the amount of money that was used for the street lights. I think it was about 2 or so street lights, which was coming out in their report. Maybe I don't understand what type of street lights that SEZ is so much concerned with, and that it's almost like part of its own business. Tourism liquor board, the presentation, Chairperson, from the decision, it's like I mean, it's just coming up with a conversation. It's not a presentation of an institution that it's geared towards running tourism in the province, attracting tourists, developing tourism sites. You know, it had to take a national department to develop a tourism site in Clarence called Kgodumodumo. And still, after that, our tourism board still cannot do any other thing to piggyback on that and develop something. I'm listening to what the Desisiani is saying when he talks about Harib Dam. I mean, it's like a story of people meeting in the street and just discussing. There are so many, I believe, developing a tourism attraction site. You need a clear business plan. And it's what Mangaung, when it was led by Ndatemanyoni, did with Naval Sech, to say that we are turning this hill into a tourism site. And unfortunately, that his plan was cut short, by devious intentions. But at least what he has done up to now, people are running to the mountain to shoot photos and see view Bloemfontein and all that. Now the same thing with tourism. We don't get a presentation that is clear from tourism board to say, when you talk about tourism in Harib Dam, these are the type of tourists that goes to Harib Dam. This is the number of tourists that go to, and out of this is the taste of the type of people that comes to Harib Dam, and these are the things that we think we can develop in Harib Dam, in addition to what is in Harib Dam, to ensure that we bring more tourists of that nature into the area. I mean, one would think of these expensive cars like a Cadillac or whatever, and that you don't see their adverts on TV. And when you ask why are you not advertising, and then they say that no, our clients do not sit there and watch TV, but you see those clients at the golf tournaments, because those people have their own research
to say the taste of our clients, the type of clients that we deal with. You find them there at the golf course, not sitting in the evening watching TV. So this is the type of, I'm saying, the type of presentations that we should be getting from Tourism Board. Instead, Chairperson Rakokelo, I mean, it's clear that up to now, Tourism Board is not positioned to lead tourism in the province. And I would really request the MEC to really do something with this Tourism Board, so that we can have something that is geared to us. That's why maybe there will be a view to say ultimately tourism must be run by private sector, because the type of individuals that we have in the institutions are not individuals who are geared towards ensuring that tourism is I mean, the institution itself is positioned to lead and run the portfolio that it has been established to do. Thanks, Chairperson. I just wanted to comment on that. Maybe lastly, to say on FTC, this is the first time that we get an intensive presentation that talks to the rents and cents of the institution. Most of the time, we just get a very short presentation. This is the first time I see and hear that, where there are details about finances of the institution. Thanks. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Responses from different DSTIA and different entities. Or Honorable Jackson, is the legacy hand, or there's still another question that you want to pose? Okay, it's the legacy hand. Can we then get the DSTIA and the entities? It will be DSTIA. If there are no questions posed to you, it will be the SCZ, FDC, and FSLGTA. In that order.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, I will briefly talk to the issue around the management of the resorts. Chair, looking at the current status, I would agree that what we are planning now as a department to do is just to deal with conditional assessments of the entities, of the resorts. With the little amount that we have, we decided that we will try to prioritize the resorts that are bringing a lot of revenue, such that we can be able to maintain them. Chair, I don't want to complain about the allocation, but I think what is important for us as a department is to start to prioritize. And we also decided that we will look at some of the resorts that are bringing much needed revenue. But at the very same time, we intended to spread it across the 5 districts. So with the little that we have, which is 46, Chairperson, we are currently with the conditional assessment, wherein we will be able to prioritize some of these resorts. But one issue that we also noticed is around security, the vandalization. So we wanted to deal with this concurrently, Chairperson. But I agree, currently there are some challenges which we have also noted as a department, especially when we were conducting some of the visits in these resorts, including some of the complaints that we are getting from the resorts managers. Chair, I don't want to talk too much, but the whole idea is just to ensure that with the framework that we have of the contractors, they deal with maintenance, but it may not be all of them. We will prioritize as I've indicated. Chair, let me just pause there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to, in that order. Thank you, Chori.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the questions and indeed the comments from all the honorable members of this esteemed committee. Chairperson, let me go straight into the matters that have been raised by Honorable Tlute in relation to how we should treat irregular and wasteful expenditure. Let me assure the honorable member that indeed this is the matter myself as an accounting officer I take very seriously. In fact, I can assure Mr. Honorable Tlute that since I've arrived in the FDC, which only been 6 weeks, I have reconstituted the Loss and Control Committee, where all the matters relating to wasteful expenditure and irregular expenditure that has been highlighted by the Auditor General are treated and referred to, and then indeed are taken to the board so that they can actually be dealt with as per the recommendations of the AG. So I do take this very seriously, Honorable Member, and we will give you a full report when we present in the next committee or in the joint committee in terms of what has happened in this previous 3 months on these serious matters that you have raised with us. So we are on it, and indeed we're treating it with the necessary seriousness that it deserves. Chairperson, please allow me to deal with the next issue that was raised by the Honorable Dr. Jenkinson. I can assure Honorable Dr. Jenkinson that the MEC has written to the chairman of the FDC and has copied me in this letter. This is last month, firmly requesting the board of the FDC to put before him a clear turnaround, a plan for the FDC and the delivery model that will actually ensure that the FDC returns to a healthy finance position. Not only that, honorable members, the MEC requested that by no later than September, that the board put such a plan before him. This deals with this particular very important matter that Honorable Jenkinson is raising in relation to ensuring that the FDC performs its mandate. So I can also promise this committee that at the end of September, the MEC, together with the board chair of the FDC, will appear before this committee in terms of really updating the committee on the turnaround strategy for the FDC to be able to deal with the concerns that have been raised by the honorable board members. So I can say to the committee, definitely the MEC has taken this important step, and the board of the FDC is responding, and beyond September, we will come before this committee to give progress on that. On the issue of the street lights in MAPSEZ, this is a historical matter, Honorable Khwabane, and I'm happy to report that it has been dealt with. But just to remind the Honorable Committee what the issue was, the infrastructure in the SEZ is quite old, and indeed we needed to replace in the last quarter about 100 street lights. And this is quite a very important element when coming to the security of the SEZ and indeed the protection of the assets of all our investors. So I'm happy to report to this committee that all those 100 street lights were repaired and indeed were completed, Mr. Khwabane. So Honorable Khwabane, going forward, this matter has been dealt with. In conclusion, Chairperson and Honorable Committee members, it's not all that gloom and dark. The Honorable Premier and the Honorable MEC for Economic Development led a very, very successful trip to China last month.
very, very successful in that we were able to conclude the two very important deals of two Chinese investors that will come into Maluti-a-Phofung SEZ. So despite the challenges that we are reporting to the committee now, we are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. The investment is quite significant. It is in electric vehicles. It is in the manufacturing of energy batteries for solar panels. And it is also in the manufacturing of electric charging stations. This is a massive, massive investment for the province. And we're looking forward to be updating the committee on this potential investment. So, Chairperson, thank you very much for the guidance, indeed, and the questions that we have received from the members. I hand back to you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. 𝒕𝒐𝒍𝒊𝒐.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Khabane, thank you for the questions and comments. Look, we are the first one to indicate that we are aware that as the province, we need a development strategy of tourism. However, when we come to the committee and make a presentation, because we are guided by the terms of reference, our focus isn't only on the tourism program. However, as the entity, we are more than ready to come and make a presentation on the program of tourism from us as a destination marketing organization, and how do we work with the department in terms of tourism development, where we will be able to take the honorable committee and honorable members through the 5 routes, all the attractions, all the products, and then what do we envisage. So probably once we can be given a date, or maybe in the next committee, I'll make a presentation solely focusing on tourism to address everything that has been raised by Honorable Khabane, and then also we will focus on the presentation as and when we normally present. However, we take note, and then that is what we are striving for, so that we ensure that our province, in terms of it being up there with the top 3 as a destination marketing organization, we work tirelessly towards achieving that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, 𝒕𝒐𝒍𝒊𝒐. Any follow-ups, honorable members? Okay. Okay. No, let's thank you all the departments and the MEC for this engagement, and want to welcome you, Dr. Mosola, and congratulations on your appointment. As you have said that you are 3 months into office, and you will have to take all the issues that are within the SCZ that are a concern of this committee with you in your leadership, and Lintate Lempani Mukalali. And welcome to the committee, and we'll be working with you throughout. And I want to also, honorable members, before I can comment on some issues and then we give the MEC, to congratulate the FDC board chair on his achievement on his doctoral research. And this is one of an individual who has also happened to be an MEC and of the agriculture and economic development, and now the board chair, and now a PhD holder with his researches for his research focus on the critical role of small, medium, and micro enterprise in advancing socio-economic development in South Africa. I want to congratulate you, Dr. Neo. So on the issues now, we are agreeing. Look, the issue of online gambling, that MEC, it comes as an issue that we have agreed that last time when we engaged that we need to regulate and move to regulate the online gambling. We were coming very strong on that issue as well, something that we have raised with you and the entity, and we were going to be dealing with it throughout. The issue of Raceway Phakisa, we are going to it on Friday. We have always said that the Phakisa Raceway, it is the only race course in Africa that is oval, except when you go to America. So if you are in Africa, you want to do that oval race course, you come to 𝒊𝒏𝒕. So it's a very important infrastructure, but we are going to meet there on Friday to discuss some of those issues. The issue of inspections of liquor outlets, their compliance, the original plans, they remain the same or not, it is important for us as the committee. And this also means that even if the entity, it is there's shortage of staff, there is a consumer protection unit in the mother department, which is 𝑑𝒐𝒓𝒕𝒐𝒍𝒊𝒐. You'll have to see how do you do measure to say that they assist you, that they see, and we are not going to accept the issue of inspections as a committee once a year, because it means that you are not going to be thoroughly do a proper and effective and proper inspection throughout the province on those number of outlets that are there in terms of their compliance. But would encourage 2 to 3 at least inspections, but work with the consumer protection unit. We know that the mother department has that, and there's nothing wrong when you work with them to do a joint operations and so forth with the police. The issue of rating of guest house, we welcome it, and we want to see that the department moves at the faster pace to ensure that guest houses, they are rated and they are registered and they receive the incentives in terms of their gradings. And also but we are not happy with the FDC performance, despite the presentation showing us details. We are not happy with the performance because it's sitting at 42%. It's below 50%. And this also goes to the SCZ. I mean, FDC is at 44%, the SCZ is at 42%. They were not impressed by that performance at all as the committee. And what we have asked you, MEC and the department, we have said that to make our work easy as the committee, when you are coming to present Q4, present to us, put your presentation in a format that it reflects the 3 quarters, so that honorable members, they can now be able to tell you on an average, where are you sitting? So that the honorable members, they do not have to go back and now look at Q1, 2, and 3, and 4, and then come when we are supposed to be dealing with Q1, the next meeting. Now, honorable members, they now ask you in terms of your performance of the whole financial year that has passed. So please assist us. Prepare your Q4. Include 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Your annual target, what did you achieve in Q1, 2, and 3, and then 4? Then what is your average, so that you make the work to be easier for honorable members and ourselves to be able to assist you in how we work. And the issue of the 750 million owed by the tenants, we are going to zoom in that matter, because we understand that the entity is legalizing illegal tenants as part of trying to resolve the issues. But we would need to get a very clear understanding as to who are these people. What is their business? Are they in industry? Are they factories? Are they residents? So that as and when we make our recommendation, we know what we are dealing with. So we're going to require at least we have at least a spreadsheet of who are these people, who are these factories or individuals that are owning, what properties are they, so that we have a clear understanding and will provide a decisive intervention on how you have to move around that. It's not something that is supposed to be very difficult, especially when a person is occupying a property that is supposed there will be someone that is going to pay. So we're going to come very firm on this issue. And what becomes also important is that the businesses that SMMEs that FDC supports, we have said that Free State province and agricultural province. So we would need to find which businesses are you supporting, because the growing sector in the province, agriculture, the second to government that employs most people is agriculture. So you need to start to streamline your thinking and your strategy around that in terms of supporting the businesses that are in agriculture. Because for us, where we are sitting, if Stats SA comes to say to us that in terms of growth, agriculture has grown with 38%, and then you are busy funding businesses that are not in agriculture, it becomes an area of concern. Because second to that, it is tourism. So we must know where we are, and we must be deliberate as we are funding MEC. We must fund according to sectors that gives us growth, that resolve the problems of the unemployment and the growth in the province. The statistics is out there to tell us which are those industries. After the government, it is agriculture, it is tourism and hospitality services. That's where we need to focus. So FDC, we're going to look into those businesses that you are funding. Actually, are you aligning with the performance of our economy and sectors that are performing in the province, so that you don't put money where we know that the sector is not even assisting us. So we welcome the issue of your achievement of 10,732 number of jobs that you have retained. It's a good indication, and we are very happy with that as the committee. The issue of irregular expenditure, Honorable Tlhute has explained it. I will not emphasize anything more than what he has explained, Honorable Tlhute. The issue of 100 street lights, we have raised it as an area of concern, and we have agreed that PROPEC will visit the SEZ on that. Because if you put street lights and therefore you have private security, the question is what becomes, which one is a priority and which one is more effective? That is a question that we had the last time we engaged with the SEZ, say that you have private security and then you put street lights. Which one is more effective in terms of guarding the properties and making the place to be investable? And the other issue on the SEZ is that what the intention of the SEZ versus what is happening it's a concern for us as the committee. For instance, one thing that we always raise, and I know Honorable Jackson comes very strong on this issue, is an issue of Heineken and Apple Farm, those two areas that without restricting anybody. There's an investor in the SEZ with Heineken, with those Apple products that wants to do beer, and then there's from there there's a person in Bethlehem as well. As to how do we channel everybody to concentrate and focus on one area where we want this investment to, and the initial purpose of the SCZ versus what is happening, because what is happening and what we see now as the SCZ is not with the intention what was, or the inception what it was formed for. It's a mixed veg. It's potato, carrot, cabbage. What is like we're taking everything that seems to work as an investment for Free State into that SCZ, but not its initial intended conception to say, why are we putting an SCZ on N3? It's something that we must resolve, that is going to be a mixed vegetable, that SCZ, or it's going to fulfill its intended purposes or its conceptual intended function or not. If it's not, we keep it as a mixed veg as it is, or we try to streamline the initial concept with what it is. So it's things that we are going we have to deal with to move forward. We accept and welcome, Dr. Musula, the issue that the MEC and the board of the FDC, they will come to us after September to give us a turnaround strategy. And we accede as well to say that the tourism strategy or master plan of the Free State that is, and we'll give you an opportunity as the committee to come and present to us that tourism strategy. But not only in this year, you must also be coming with gambling strategic plan or master plan. because we can't have gambling that is moving without the actual plan, knowing where are the pockets of gambling they are, and accompanied by mitigating strategies on the risk that we have raised as the committee, say that some of these people who are gambling, they tend to be overly stressed because they go there, spend 500 with the hope to win, and then they don't win, then they are stressing. Then the Department of Health have to deal with these people and social development, of which the Department of Health is overly stretched as it is to deal with the primary healthcare issues that they are faced with. So on both issues of the liquor outlets, the mitigation strategies as well, because the incidents that we see that are in most cases in our province, as SAPS, they've also told us that there are liquor-related incidences. SAPS have told us that most of these incidents that are happening of crime, they are on top of everything, it's liquor-related incidences. What we have raised before with you, MEC and your team, say that we need, as much as we authorize these liquors, we deal with the backlog, we inspect, we must start to close some of them down in terms of regulation. But what we're agreeing that we need you to work with the municipality, because there is now standard bylaws of township economy. So your liquor board and DSTIA must form part of assisting the municipality to draft those bylaws, as to from general to specific laws that are going to protect the core township economy, South Africans to get to run those businesses that do not need skills, and including those issues that you want to have of municipalities coming to assist you to enforce and regular monitor the liquor outlets. So those are the issues, MEC, as per our discussion in this meeting. We would want to give you, MEC, to do the closing remarks. MEC?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank honorable members. Honorable Chair, I've noted some of the issues that we really need to come back and present them to the committee, and thanks very much for that opportunity. I also have taken note of some of the discussion by members that were raised earlier on. Honorable Khwabane, Honorable Jackelson, and Honorable Tlute. I've noted some of the concerns that have been raised. I just need to make a point very clear here that we are also moving towards entering into the triple PP. The triple P, where government enter into partnership with the private so that they can try to bring about other services. But we are not going to cut out government completely. We are going to try that the private sector play its role within some limits, and the government also do its role. Primarily because the government also has the responsibility, colleagues, to grow the economy and ensure that that economy is inclusive. So if we are going to allow only the private sector to be the one that lead the economy, we are going to have some serious political problems, and social and economic problems. But that's a debate for another day. But what we are welcoming is where we are being cautioned that let's include private sector. I've already tried and moved to meet with the tourist industry, those who are in the private sector. I've already met with the people who are involved in the industrialist or industrialization in the private sector. We are also starting to work together very harmoniously with the Department of Agriculture and Public Works in trying to ensure that private sector comes and play. There are so many number of meetings that are waiting from the economic cluster, where we will be leading. We will be meeting Sasol, Siriti, the mines around, because we have also become aware that they've begun to take a backseat because we don't engage them. So we really need to engage them. So, Honorable Jankelson, indeed, we really appreciate the efforts, but we are not going to, it's not going to be a total private sector takeover. It's going to be, we're going to start with the partnership, the 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒕, but we'll also start to involve the private sector and start to support them on their own. If you have realized, I've now started to visit the guest house, the lodges that belong to the private individuals, so that I'm also able to promote them. We're beginning to meet with individuals in the private sector because we want their involvement. So those are some of the issues that I wanted to raise in relation to Honorable Jankelson. Honorable Klute, yes, I've taken note. I share some of the concerns, particularly on the wasteful and irregular expenditure. Those are serious concerns. Colleagues will tell you, even yesterday when we were trying to organize some of the events for what we wanted to have today on the crossover, I've always cautioned the colleagues that we should by all means try not to have a wasteful expenditure or irregular expenditure or any other thing which the auditor will come and pick it up. We must work smart, meticulously, such that we are able to save every cent, and that every cent works for the public of the Free State. So I agree with you that we really need to work towards reducing the UIFWE, so that we are able to ensure that that money which is being wasted, that money which is being spent irregular, it now needs to be redirected to the service. Colleagues, in relation to tourism, you will know that we are already started with the research. Colleagues have already written some proposals. The department, I think they've also written something where we're trying to check the possibility of taking out tourism from the FSGLTA and bring it into the department, so that we don't have an entity that deals with tourism, but the department itself deals with tourism. We're doing this because we have realized that it becomes more effective if it is the department and the MEC that are leading tourism. And in the entity, there are challenges. So there are those discussions. There are colleagues who are saying, no, let's repurpose the entity, let's do this. So those are some of the arguments, but at least the discussions have begun. And soon they will be presented to ESCO for ESCO to take a decision. And then we'll come back and tell you that this is our decision and this is what we are trying to do. There's also another debate that we have raised. We've raised a debate whether do we really need the entities? Do we really need FDC? Do we really need FSGLTA? Do we really need SEZ? Or we can just have one entity called Trade and Investment Entity of the Free State, and all these functions, they go into that entity, and we are assured that we have now collapsed FDC, we have collapsed everything, and repurpose the work of the employees, repurpose the work of the entities themselves, or that entity to begin to have one. So it's a debate that we have begun also in the SEZ. What I can concretely report now, unofficially so, we'll still have to come and report official, because I still have to tell the Premier first and the Department of Trade and Industry, is that at least the two boards, the board of SEZ and the board of FDC, they have agreed that they must separate SEZ from the FDC. So that issue of the payment that gets delayed in the FDC and does not get to be transferred on time to SEZ is going to be a matter of the past. The issue that the National Department was worried about investing in the SEZ because they have to first invest in the FDC. And FDC had that reputational damage and image damage. But I know that we are working very hard with the chair of the boards, both of them, to ensure that that transition becomes smooth. That will also talk to issues of assets that we have in the SEZ. On the issue of the vegetable that the chair has raised, I think somehow you are correct, Honorable Chair, but the entity find itself doing that because the DTIC was saying, because you seem to be very slow on the purpose of why you have that SEZ there, You can start with other economic activities that make sense to yourselves. One of them was the logistic hub alongside the SEZ, because Free State in itself, it becomes a logistic hub of the province. So those are some of the issues that were raised by the DTIC to actually for us to look at them. So that has happened, and we are we are looking at other prospects. But the investments that we have received in China, I think they are going to change the picture of the SEZ for good and for better. For good and for better, in a sense that we are bringing the automotive industry, and a very big one, you know, in a form of electrical vehicle company and the batteries, but also the issue of the solar company that is going to be responsible for the entire of the SEZ. So that investment that is coming on that side is going to change. It's going to, I think it's going to be the change game. I mean, the game changer, because in so many months that we have now, or so many days that we have actually talked about it, many investors have started to inquire about SEZ. We wouldn't want it remain the vegetables. We want it to go to its original economic purpose, why it was actually launched and why it was established as the SEZ. So that is why we have went out completely with the FDC, the department, and the FSGLT to ensure that that SEZ becomes a working special economic zone. On issues that Ntate Kgwabane have raised, I've noted, and I can assure you, Ntate Kgwabane, that there are other things that we are doing in relation to the Gariep Dam. But it's a work in progress. I think the next time we come before the committee, we will be explaining about the meetings that will have at least concluded on some of the deals. There are so many people who are approaching us about Gariep Dam, and there are also initiatives that we are taking between ourselves as the Free State, the Eastern Cape, and the Northwest Province. So these are some, Northern Cape Province. So we've got what we call the tripartite corridor, the Gariep corridor that we are also looking at. But these will be issues that I can concretely come and report either during September when we report about the master plan, but also bring to the fore what are the issues that we are already doing. There are so many prospects about tourism in the Free State, but I think the work that we are doing between ourselves as government and private sector, working in silos, is the one that we must address and end. Because I can tell you, there are so many hospitality industries in the Free State that are owned by the private, that they can always blow your mind, that they can also blow your thinking. You talk of Invelo, Game Lodge. It's one area that has everything, but it's a private. And the question will be, how is government promoting such areas? And there are so many recommendations that have been put forth by the private in my individual meetings with them. And they've put also some of the initiatives. They've also exposed some of the state hidden gems. There are so many hidden gems in the Free State that we were not aware of. One of them is the Cathedral Cave in the block Stako Clarence. One of them is the 𝒔𝒐𝒐𝒐𝒍𝒊𝒐, where two rivers are coming together, the Orange River and the Caledon River in the area of Gariep. These exposures were brought to our attention by the private sector. So once the relationship start to grow between ourselves and private, I think things will go into the right direction. But I've taken note of all the concerns that have been raised, and I'm hopeful that together with the team that is here, we have taken notes. Each and every one of us will go back and start to plan properly and do other things. Unfortunately, with the FSGLTA colleagues, one of their disadvantages, although maybe the CEO did not raise it, is the money that we always budget for them, year in, year out. It has never increased, I think, for so many years now, that colleagues have been receiving 6.5 million, which for me, because of the price hikes in petrol and in other things, it is very disadvantaged to have that entity operating in the same amount, I mean, for something like now, I think it's 12 years or 13 years. So those are some of the things that we really need to look at them and try to find out. The issue of assets, FDC, it's on the table. I think Tate has already told you about the letter that I've wrote. It's not only that letter, it's also a letter about how we must deal with the assets of the FDC. Because some of the assets, colleagues, they are not even in existence. They just exist on paper. They have been vandalized to the ground. So every time municipalities build the FDC, they actually build the ground. They don't even build a building that is in existence. So I've said colleagues must try to reconcile the list of assets and bring them to the MEC so that we can bring an item to ESCO and item to yourselves so that we can look at how we deal with those things. I've made mention of 3 categories. I've said they must try to dispose the facilities or the assets that are non-existent. You know, buildings that have been vandalized to the ground. We really need to dispose them and begin to write off the debts of those things so that we are able to engage with municipalities that these buildings are non-existent. And look at the 2 kinds of buildings where we can still continue to make money as FDC, or the other ones which we can still rent them out, and the ones that we think our people can just have them and do their businesses. These are some of the issues that we really need to do. But we have already taken note of all the concerns that have been raised, and we will go back and look at this matter. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you to honorable members.
Thank you, MEC. I think we must congratulate you and your delegation for securing that investment to the Free State, and it means that in one of the closed session, MEC, that when we were sitting, we did say that as a committee that with the reduction of 600 million of the equitable share, your department is going to have more responsibility to attract these investors and bring them in the province. And with just less than 6 months out of engagements, which was a lock-up session, you have already started, and this is a positive image. And at least we are very thankful that we work together and agree as the committee, PROPEC and the Economic Development MEC. What I would want also to do, MEC, is to say that we would need to get a clear indication as to what is happening with when you come again in the committee, what is happening with the issue of environmental affairs. Have the staff moved completely to Department of Agriculture, or is still within you in your buildings, or what? And then the other issue is that we would require, at least on the issues of backlog of liquor and licensing, perhaps a spreadsheet tool so that we know in terms of the applications which areas have the most saturated backlogs and which areas have the least, so that we also want to work with you to guide as to perhaps which areas that will stimulate those economic activities that are stimulated by the same liquor outlet. The issue of the backlog is something that will require, but will write to you, MEC, and your team. Well, that what is important, lastly, MEC, that I must bring to our attention is that as the committee, something that makes us 𝑠𝒕𝒐𝒏𝒕, we have did recommendations. They were adopted by the plenary. They were sent to the department. The last time you responded to the recommendations of the committee, MEC, it was in February, and now we are in June. So practically, we have run about 4 months of the resolutions that they have been with you, that they have timelines that you have not responded to, and we want to bring to our attention, MEC, that this, when you are not replying or not telling us you are busy or what, as a committee, we see as if like you do not want to respond, and that it will constitute a violation of the constitutional obligation of accountability and oversight, which would then have to lift it up. But what we are appealing now to you is to say that, MEC, on all the plenaries since February till now that have recommendations that the department must respond to, we're giving you, and it's for the last time, 21 days to respond to them. And failure to do that, we'll have to elevate this matter and take to the right to the speaker to elevate it to the ethics committee. So, because it impedes on the accountability and oversight work that you as the MEC, you have taken an oath to say that you will account for the policy and the expenditures of the department. Perhaps there might be an issue if the department would not know what is the problem, because we get no communication as what is the problem of replying to those resolutions that have been passed into the House. But with those words, MEC and your team, we want to thank you for always availing yourselves for the engagements with the economic development and PROPEC to ensure that we hold the department accountable and give us the necessary answers to the questions that we pose in our meeting, to ensure that we improve and we support you even in growing the economy and attracting those investors in the Free State, so that the economy of the Free State must continuously grow for the people of the Free State and be a better economy. So you and your team, MEC, would like to, I'm not sure, Ms. what is the hand, but I'm closing the meeting.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to maybe assist Chair. Chair, the last time we received any responses with regards to the resolutions of the plenary was in February 2025, Chair.
2025, okay.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. MEC, you have over a year. You have not replied to the plenary, and this does not look good at all, MEC. We're going to request you that you and your team work around the clock. We're giving you 21 days, MEC. And failure to respond to those issues will then have to elevate the matter. Because honorable members, as we take and do that, is to also try to assist the department into improving on its objectives, on its annual performance plan, including the entities, on some of the issues that we pick up as and when we're doing exercise our constitutional authority of oversight. So it does not look good, MEC. I thought it was now, but it is now, it's 2025. It does not look good. Please, MEC, assist us and your team and the HOD to ensure that we get those responses on those plenary adopted recommendations. With those words, honorable members, MEC and the team, and the entire support staff of the Free State Legislature and the Committee of PROPEC and Economic Development, I want to thank you for the contribution, working for the people of the Free State tirelessly. So with those words, I declare the meeting officially closed. Thank you.